here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us here on a Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. Coming up on this edition, we begin with the rumor mill in Happy Valley. Could Mike Tomlin really go from Pittsburgh to Penn State? We'll get into that. In 20 minutes, we'll dip into the NBA and why it may not be long before Giannis is wearing a different uniform. NFL power rankings come your way in just 40 minutes. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. So once again, it is a Thursday. We are speeding towards the weekend. Chelsea, good morning to you. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. It is a Thursday. And luckily I went back to the grocery store and we were back on the iced coffee train. So no more sipping tepid, lukewarm coffee for all of the show. It's a good day.
It is a good day. I got my old whatever this is. I nearly said bag of bones. That's me. I'm the bag of bones. But I got my little hot coffee Yeti here. Good to go. I'm excited about the weekend already. I love championship weekend. I mean, not just because it's the weekend. I'm excited about every weekend. But championship weekend in college football, and it's kind of cold outside. Teams are jockeying for playoff position. This is sneaky one of my favorite times of the year. I think Texas is going to the Citrus Bowl, which, you know, whatever. You can't have it all. But I love this time of year in football season.
Well, it's going to be hard to top last week. Like the week of Thanksgiving truly was the pinnacle of sports watching because it was all week long and even on like random weekdays. Like on Thursday, we had 3 marquee games on Thanksgiving. So I'm not going to say it's going to be in that neighborhood, but it is still going to be awesome, especially because what we have going on in the Big Ten. Like I know, like obviously we talk about the SEC a lot in Texas, but having a 1 versus 2 in the Big Ten championship, that is a huge deal. Like it's been a while, I think, since we've had a number 1 and number 2 team go head to head in a conference title game. So it's going to be something to see.
Yeah, I have to give Catherine a lot of credit because she's a sports fan. Last week, we did get up absolutely and watch all of Clemson and South Carolina because we were rooting for Clemson to lose because I told you she hates Clemson so much. But even she's like, there's a lot of football on this time of year. I was like, yes. There is. We're almost there, honey. We'll get through the basketball season. It'll lessen up a little bit, but then March Madness is going to be here before you know it. Speaking of March, speaking of college basketball, let's hear about your bet from last night.
Yeah, tough night for me. Had Louisville laying 2.5 against Arkansas just because Louisville came in with one of the best offenses in college hoops and a perfect 7-0 record on the season. And I think if you look at all the numbers, like Louisville probably should have won this game. But here's the thing, like in college basketball, it's not like football where teams, don't drop games if they're good. Like in college basketball, it's any given night, especially in some of these teams that are pretty solid. Like Arkansas took the lead early in this game. And I think especially when you have the home crowd on your side, that is a huge deal. So the Hogs never looked back and they actually won this one outright. 89-80, we knew that Arkansas could run and gun as well. I just thought Louisville would do it a little bit better, but maybe they were due for a loss.
Yeah, it does happen. It's this time of year, where teams are kind of feeling themselves and, it's more difficult to develop that consistent type of play. But I actually love that play as well. Almost added it to my card. Instead, of course, I went a little crazy yesterday. Well, not crazy, but every now and then I like to put together these 2-team parlays, which worked out yesterday. I had Arsenal on the money line. They win 2-0, and then I had the Knicks on the money line over the Hornets, and the Knicks win 119-104. That was minus 131, so a little juicy, but like the play. That comes home. Donkster had the Bulls like 7.5 against the Nets. The Nets went outright 113-103. So for the week, Chelsea, you're 0-3. I'm 1-1. Denton is 0-2, and the Donkster is 1-1. It is a daily tip on a BetMGM Network. It is great to have you along with us. Well, how about this story from yesterday, which I'm still trying to process? All sorts of chatter that Mike Tomlin could end up going from Pittsburgh to Penn State. Now, Penn State's still looking for a head coach. The Steelers are struggling right now. They're sitting at 6-6. We saw Brian Hartline go to USF instead of going to Happy Valley. Kalani Sitake deciding to stay at BYU. That reportedly kept BYU or Penn State officials off guard. They thought he was coming. So yesterday on his podcast, Footballin' with Ben Roethlisberger, the former Steelers quarterback suggested that Tomlin should split with the Steelers and then take the job at Penn State.
Was I having this conversation? We probably had this.
Probably.
Or I was having this conversation the other day. I'm like, Coach T in college would be one of the greatest college football coaches.
Okay. Well, guess who else was asked about this? Mike Tomlin himself.
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check. All right. Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
I get why he is insulted because Mike Tomlin is an NFL guy. He's been in Pittsburgh for 19 years, Chelsea. He's won a Super Bowl. But it's because of the speculation. And do you think he would be a good fit? Clearly, he's not going to go.
Well, first, I think it needs to be specified that this quote is not from like yesterday. It's from a few years ago when they asked him about the USC job. But still, when somebody says, hey, never say never, but never, it feels like this is not an avenue that he's going to walk down. And especially Penn State, because please correct me if I'm wrong, but right now it feels like nobody wants to go to Penn State. They can't even get Brian Hartline. Like, that's the thing. So it feels like a huge step down to me if Mike Tomlin were to go from the NFL where there is some level of parity. And I think that's why Mike Tomlin is such a good head coach, is because year in and year out, his team is fielding, you know, competitive squads. In college football, it's really different. And college has changed so much over the last few years with NIL money. I don't think I'd want to go to the college ranks. No. Like, I understand the buyouts are huge, but still, if you're used to the NFL and you're used to not having to deal with any of that, why would you go to college?
Well, Mike Tomlin, just based on his personality, like, I don't know if there's a more direct personality in the NFL than Mike Tomlin. Like, Mike Tomlin doesn't have the time for the nonsense that comes with wooing college kids to come to your school, particularly when money is involved. Like, it's why Nick Saban walked away from Alabama, because he remembered leaving that game against Michigan and then going back home and getting ready for the upcoming season. And then he's sitting down and he's talking about money with all these high school kids or all these college players already on his roster who wanted to get paid. Like, that's a whole element of the job that I think would annoy Mike Tomlin to the end. And yes, this quote was from a few years ago, but that's Mike Tomlin's personality. I can't imagine him now, even with the Steelers struggling the way that they are, suddenly changing a mindset that definitive and saying, you know what? I think I want to go coach the college game, especially at this point in his career. It's a completely different thing from the NFL, clearly, and it's even more so now because of NIL.
Well, and also, like, he hasn't been fired yet. And, like, if you're talking about Penn State specifically, they need a coach yesterday. Like, I don't think they can wait till the end of the NFL season or whenever Mike Tomlin is, quote unquote, supposedly supposed to be fired to hire a head coach. And plus, there's other head coaching jobs available in the NFL. Hell, come on down to Nashville. We'd love to have him coach the Titans. So I just feel like he would explore those roads before going to the college one.
Double D, let me bring you in here because you're a Penn State guy. Are you wearing any Penn State gear today? Sweatshirt, hood. I knew it. Look at this. That's the best prediction I've ever made on this show. Even when I've been on a hot streak, I haven't seen Double D's beautiful face all day. I'm like, are you worried? There it is. So what do you think? You're a Penn State guy. Is this even a remote, realistic possibility? And how do you feel about the fact that here we are, we've already had a national signing day, and Penn State doesn't have a head coach?
I heard this rumor as soon as it came out of Ben Roethlisberger's mouth. I was like, uh-oh. Every Penn State fandom jumped on this it is such a pipe dream for Mike Tomlin to become the head coach of Penn State. It is such a pipe dream. As far as the coaching search, this is solely on Pat Kraft. Solely. And I don't know what's going on at Penn State. I've heard things like the head coaching prospects that they've brought in and interviewed and everything like that. They've been told that they have to keep Jim Knowles and Terry Smith. Neither one of those are going anywhere. And I think a lot of the coaches have been turned off by that. So when you have guys like Bob Chesney going to UCLA from JMU, I'm sure UCLA is like, fix our program, do what you have to do. I think that's why Brian Hartline went down to South Florida, because South Florida goes, you have total control. Bring in whoever you need to bring in, instead of Penn State going, well, we already ate $40 million with James Franklin. We don't want to eat another potentially $10 million by firing Jim Knowles and Terry Smith. They know if they lose Terry Smith, there's going to be another mass exodus of the guys that are already at Penn State, because they've said as much. If Terry stays, we stay. If Terry goes, we're leaving too. That's the issue that's going on in Penn State right now. Eventually, at this point, just name Terry Smith the coach. That's where I'm at. So he can start going out and recruiting, because you went from the number 17 class in 2026 yesterday to the 135th ranked class with 2 signees.
Can I ask something? Something
Sure.
that feels, maybe it's a little too far to speculate this. Hindsight is always 20/20, but do you think anybody regrets firing James Franklin?
I have not heard a single person be upset about James Franklin being gone. More has leaked out about his ego, and that was the biggest issue at Penn State, was his ego. So I think it was a move that had to be done, and I haven't heard any alum, any football players. The football players and the former Letterman have all come out and said he wasn't a coach. Like, he didn't know how to coach, and you've seen that since he's left, with these kids being coached and coaching decisions being made. So I'm okay with it. I just think at this point, like, just name Terry Smith the head coach. Give him a 3-year deal, and if it's a home run, it's a home run. If it's not, 2 years down the road, you go and get a big name.
Jenks, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, here I am now.
There you go.
Here's the thing. I heard this yesterday, like, as part of this article, part of this coming out, is that I was surprised to hear former players for Mike Tomlin not completely go to bat for him, which normally when a player talks about Mike Tomlin in the way that they do, like, it's effusive in praise. Like, if you read this article, James Harrison on his podcast, former Steelers linebacker, former defensive player of the year, he said, I have never been a person that thought Coach Tomlin was a great head coach, which is stunning to me. I think Mike Tomlin is an exceptional head coach. Even if you're a great head coach, sometimes you wear out your welcome somewhere, and sometimes a change needs to be made. But that, to me, was stunning to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it should feel stunning, especially because some of those teams with the Steelers were really good. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they were going to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls. So I don't know. It's just compared to what? Because, like, that's the thing as well. Like, who are you going to get if you fire Mike Tomlin? Like, Andy Reid's not on the market. You know,
Right.
Mike Vrabel's not on the market. So, like, Penn State is finding this out. And that's kind of what I was alluding to, is that I know that there are complaints about your current head coach, but, like, you've always got to consider that, well, you have to have a head coach. And who would be
Right.
better?
That's really the key, is that if you're going to fire your guy, that's all well and good if you're ready to make a move, but you better have someone else in mind, because if the Steelers decide to part ways with Mike Tomlin and then they say Pittsburgh's new head coach, Josh McDaniels. You're going to be like, oh my God, what have we done? Coming up next year on the show, Giannis is having another monster season, but why the former MVP could be moving on. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, could it be Giannis Antetokounmpo perhaps headed elsewhere? Chelsea, how much are you into the NBA right now? Like, I'm sort of into the NBA. I'm following the NBA. Clearly, we've been betting on the NBA. But I feel like, at least for me, it's one of those sports where I kind of follow it on the periphery. And then once we get outside the NBA Cup, everyone knows I'm an NBA Cup guy. I love the NBA Cup. But outside of that, I feel like I kind of ease into it about mid-season and then closer to the playoffs that I really dig in.
Right. Like, I'm the same way. And even if it's no matter what sport you throw in there, anytime you start a season, it is more difficult to handicap things simply because you don't have as big of a sample size. So, like, the NBA also kind of has a bad reputation for teams, I don't know, sometimes sandbagging during the middle of the season, which I understand there are plenty of teams who are off to great starts. You look at the Pistons this year, standing at 17-5 even after losing to the Bucks last night. So there are young teams that certainly give it their all. It's just, it's wild to flip it back and forth between a college game and an NBA game. And it's like the pace is completely different. Like, those guys in college games, you would think it's their last game playing basketball on this earth. Meanwhile, basketball, like NBA basketball, it's like they come up the court and they're barely even jogging. So it's just a different dynamic. Obviously, the highlights are better in the NBA. It's just, I don't know. It's a different viewing experience for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's a huge, well, maybe not a huge split, but there's definitely, I feel like, a definitive line between NBA fans and college fans. Like, people who love the NBA, but people who love college basketball, I feel like just go all in on college basketball because there's so much to it and so many different schools. And obviously, there's a buildup like nothing else when it comes to March. Like, there's no other sport that can match what March Madness is. Like, it's its own entity, and because of that, I feel like the people who are into college basketball are just completely immersed by it. You know what I mean?
Well, and also there's no load management in college basketball, and none of those stories that make you like roll your eyes. And like, that's the reason why some people love the NBA, is because there's so much more drama and it's so much more player and star driven. So where you follow the stars and it's like, okay, everything is up to them. Like, when we talk about Giannis, it's crazy the amount of power that NBA stars have, to where if he leaves the Bucks, they turn into a black hole and there's nothing they can do about it. It's not like in other leagues where you can't just demand a trade and they're like, if it's Patrick Mahomes who's like, hey, I don't like Kansas City anymore, you can't just demand a trade. They're like, no, sorry, we paid you a bunch of money, you're staying here. So it just feels like the NBA is different in that regard. So if you do like drama, the NBA is for you.
Oh, there's no question about that. And now we're getting some drama coming out of Milwaukee, of all places. So according to Shams from ESPN, Giannis and his agent have been in talks with the Bucks about his future, and that's not necessarily in Milwaukee.
And his agent, Alex Saratzis, have started open conversations that are active right now with the Milwaukee Bucks about the realities of whether his future is best staying in Milwaukee or the realities of moving on elsewhere. And my understanding is a resolution to this, and whether this could lead to a trade request, is expected in the coming weeks. So there's a timeline there. As you said, 9-13 overall. They just lost a 16-point lead to the Washington Wizards on Monday. And I'm told Giannis Antetokounmpo has been frustrated over the recent losing, but so have John Horst, the general manager, Doc Rivers, the head coach. There's been a lot of frustration within that Bucks organization over the losing, and also a sense of tension around the locker room about what this means for Giannis Antetokounmpo. I had one source even tell me and describe the situation as the writing on the wall for what's to come with Giannis Antetokounmpo. He was sold potentially on a championship vision by John Horst and Doc Rivers, returned, recommitted to this team. But this is a situation where this Bucks organization could be faced with serious consequences depending on how the season continues to play out.
Yeah, you got that right. Now, last night, Giannis left in the first quarter in that game against the Pistons where he strained his calf, non-contact injury. The Bucks say that it's probably not serious, and they've already ruled out any sort of Achilles injury, so that is good news. And he struggled with injury earlier in the season. But regardless, I mean, this is massive news, and I thought it was funny that after last night's game, Doc Rivers said, oh, no, there's been no conversations. Giannis loves Milwaukee. He loves the Bucks. Now, who are you going to trust here? You're going to trust Doc or Shams? I feel like we've sort of seen the smoke or heard the smoke for a while now that Giannis was continually unhappy because, look, they won a title in 2021. Since then, they haven't made it out of the playoffs since 2022. And if you're a championship-level player, and Giannis certainly is, he's a two-time MVP. At some point, you have to want to win games, and the Bucks look like an organization that just has not been able to put together the roster necessary to win at a high level, and they've had chances.
Right. And so you wouldn't blame Giannis, especially in today's day and age in the NBA. But I think it's important to pay attention to the wording of what Doc Rivers said last night, because he said Giannis has not asked to be traded. He didn't say yet. He didn't say when. But there could certainly be some sort of talks, because at the end of the day, I think Giannis just wants to win. And that is completely fair, but I do think his legacy will be a little different if he goes somewhere else as opposed to staying with one team. But is it really worth staying with one team if they're not even in contention? And maybe last night was like the first step. Like, it's still very early in the season. Like, looking at this roster for the Bucks, it does not feel like a team that's going to be in contention. But they're standing at 10-13 last night. Big win over the Pistons last night. Even without Giannis, the Pistons, one of the best teams in the NBA right now. But it kind of feels like that is a flash in the pan. Like, it's a one-night sample size. Don't think the Bucks are really going to be in contention. So it's certainly not going to shock me if Giannis goes somewhere else.
Yeah, I love when Doc's like, there's been no conversations. It's like, well, maybe no conversations with you. Maybe Giannis hasn't come to you and talked to you personally, but maybe Giannis's agent has been talking with John Horst and the upper management for the Bucks. So, yeah, Doc Rivers can say all these things, and they can be technically true, but also not true because he's probably not at the forefront of those conversations taking place. That's why Giannis has an agent, and that's where those discussions have reportedly been happening, according to Shams, who is always so plugged in. I just think it's sort of been a missed opportunity here for Milwaukee, because if you look at the team that they built around Giannis, this is just, it's not a good basketball team. I mean, they have Miles Turner, Ryan Rollins, Bobby Portis has been banged up. And so this really started a few years ago after that championship run, and they made changes at head coach, bringing Doc in. I thought that was a bad move at the time. I'm not necessarily anti-Doc, but if you're Giannis, he's been, I feel like, patient. And I am not someone who believes in you should constantly ring chase, but that's kind of where we are in the NBA, and Giannis already has one. But there also is such a thing as being frustrated with what your organization is doing or what they're not doing to try and win titles. And the Bucks are sitting here, they're 10-13, they're 3-7 in their last 10. Yeah, they get a big win against the Pistons last night, but overall, this is just not a good team. And Giannis reportedly wanted to evaluate, how is this team going to look? How is this franchise going to look after the first 25 games of the season? Well, here we are after 23 games, and this is a mediocre team at best.
Right. Well, we also need to wait to see the actual severity of his injury last night, because it was a non-contact injury. I know the Bucs said it's just a calf strain, but they're waiting to hear, I think, the results of the MRI. So I don't know how much time he's going to miss, but it does feel like he's probably not going to get traded until he's fully healthy. But I think the lesson learned for some of these NBA teams is that you cannot wait to build a championship roster around your superstar and say, well, Giannis is super loyal. You know, he's one of those European players that's just going to be, in the same spot, and he's not going to be demanding a trade, because if you're not doing that, eventually they will ask for a trade. And I think they're just starting to realize that. So these teams do not have years to spend where they say, okay, we won a championship this year. We'll just let things roll with the roster that we have. We can get older. Maybe we're not going to spend money on those supporting pieces around Giannis. you got to do it while he's there because he is going to demand a trade, even the most loyal guys, because I don't think anybody looks at Giannis and says, oh, that's a guy that we knew he was going to be out of the door the second the Bucks started losing. No, Giannis has really embraced Milwaukee and playing in a mid-market. So it doesn't feel like it is a Giannis problem. It's just a problem across the NBA that a lot of these teams, they have to learn before it's too late.
Yeah, I always think that's fascinating, which is, when you make a name for yourself in a Green Bay or a Milwaukee or an Oklahoma City or a Sacramento or a San Antonio, these markets that, they don't have the full complement of major sports teams necessarily. And so they really lean into the pro sports franchise that they do have, or the couple of franchises that they do have. And so Milwaukee is one of those cities where, yeah, they have the Brewers, of course, they have the Bucks, but you can really you can not just make a name for yourself, you can become a lifetime icon in that city. And he'll always sort of have that because of the championship. But if he leaves now and he plays the next 10 years for the Knicks, for example, or the Spurs, for example, because he's still got a long life ahead of him when you talk about his career in the NBA, then it sort of lessens that a little bit. But at some point, as much as legacy matters, as much as being an icon in a particular city or market might matter, the end goal is to win titles. And if you've already done it and you're not having the team around you and the franchise support, you got to go.
Well, and even from a fan perspective, I don't think any of us want to see a superstar waste away without being a part in a postseason. To use baseball as an example, look at Ohtani when he was with the Angels. That's what baseball was keeping from us. He was stuck in LA, the other LA, and not even playing in the postseason. So I think from a fan perspective, as much as people like to see loyalty because it is a lost thing in the NBA right now, people want to see the superstars in the postseason. So if the Bucks aren't giving him that chance, then I think we would rather see him in the postseason.
Where is he going to go? We keep hearing Spurs and Knicks, Spurs and Knicks. Imagine him on the Spurs. The Knicks would be fun. There's no question. But imagine him down in San Antonio with Wemby and Stephon Castle and those young guys. I mean, God. Maybe they wouldn't be, but they feel like they're already very good, particularly when everyone is healthy, and Wemby in particular is in that lineup. They're already young and hungry and going to be great. Imagine adding a talent like Giannis. That would be, I think, just from a pure watch perspective, that would be something to see, all of the length and height and defensive prowess on the floor at the same time.
Well, and it also feels like you're buying more into the future, as opposed to the Knicks feel like a right now destination because they have already been contenders in the postseason. They have some older guys, but the Spurs, it feels like he could almost grow with them. And it's also a similar market to Milwaukee. Going from Milwaukee to New York City is a big deal. And I'm not saying Giannis is not a big enough superstar to handle it. I'm just saying that the cultural dynamics would be very, very different.
Oh, man, if you want to go to a place where they love and have a singular focus on their sports team, it's San Antonio. No question about that. And it's kind of a balance, too. You go to New York City, and yes, of course, it's New York. It's the biggest market. The lights will be the brightest there, and playing at the Garden is unrivaled. You hear that again and again and again. But, of course, the allegiances are also somewhat spread out because it's New York City, and they have so many teams. In San Antonio, it's the Spurs. I covered the Spurs for a long time, and I just remember even during playoff games, the team would hand out placards, that said, let's go Spurs, you could hold up during the game. And when they ran out of those or people couldn't get access, the number of people who would take pieces of notebook paper and write "Let's go Spurs" on markers and tape those to their cars. You would see that everywhere. It was just wild, the amount of support there. But that happens in a smaller market where if that's the one team, you get that complete focus. And Milwaukee is similar. San Antonio is especially like that. So I'm sure transitioning to either that market in New York or that market in San Antonio will be a factor as well, because he's going to get paid no matter what.
Well, and also on the flip side, it feels like in New York City, you're a god if you give them a championship, but they will turn on you in a heartbeat if you miss time due to an injury, if you underperform, like we saw that with Julius Randle. Like it feels like people were so mean to Julius Randle, and whether it was warranted or not, like it is a sideshow. So that's the thing. It just feels like the stakes are bigger when it comes to your reputation and the way that the fan base is going to treat you.
No question. I mean, didn't just put this in the chat, and it's absolutely true. And just look at Oklahoma City. That's when Russ comes back, for example. They just lose their minds because that's the team. It's the Thunder. So Giannis may have a choice to make if he chooses to, but he's going to get paid, like I said, no matter what. On October 1st of next season, eligible for a 4-year, $275 million max extension. Coming up next, back to the NFL and our top 5 teams in the league. That is here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in a couple minutes, we'll tell you who has the power as we rank our top 5 teams in football. Chelsea, I need some workout tips. You got to help me out here because you work out, 14 times a week? You're always in the gym, always getting it done. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you host a show, have a young girl in Blake who is obviously going to be a baseball superstar at some point based on her offseason, her swing coming along. You got Jake, you're managing him, watching the Golf Channel, and yet you find a way to get into the gym on a regular basis. How do you do this? Because I have none of those responsibilities. All I have is back episodes of Law and Order to watch, and I'm like, I should probably do something today. Like, how do you stay motivated?
Well, I say motivated because it keeps me from not being crazy. Like, you know those things people say about working out, how it releases endorphins and it balances your mood?
Mm-hmm.
All of those things are true. So it's not just for aesthetics and it's not just for, like, losing weight and being in good shape. It's also for, like, the mental aspect of it. And especially when you have a lot going on at home, where this is the 1 hour of the day where I zone out. I don't have to think about my responsibilities and I have a singular focus. And that is working out. So it's one of those things where I think it is an added benefit and something that I need to anchor me every day. And think about habits that you've had for 20 plus years.
That's
because
true.
I have been working out or like exercising,
right.
I don't know, like 3 to 4 times a week since I was 9. Because swimming's like really intense. So like swimming, when you get the ripe old age of like 8 years old, they're like, we need to start you going 3 to 4 times a week. So it's one of those things where it would feel as strange as, like, I don't know, like not brushing your teeth. Do you get what I'm saying? It's such a habit in my life that it feels odd when I don't work out.
No, it's always interesting to me when you look at high-level athletes, and I consider you a high-level athlete, when they put in so much work their entire lives. Like, they generally go off in 2 directions. One is, well, I've done this my entire life. This is good for me. It's ingrained in me as part of my daily schedule. I enjoy it. And then there's some people, and when they're done, they're like done. It's like, I've been doing this my whole life. I don't want to do this any longer. It's like I see this with the Commanders or other former athletes, and some of them are like, yeah, I'm going to be in shape. I've always been in shape. And other guys are like, no, I did this for, 30 years. And now I've earned my money. I've had a good career. I'm just going to not necessarily let it go, but I'm not going to worry about being in the gym. So I always think that's sort of fascinating.
Well, I think it is different when you play football. And that's like being in a car crash every Sunday.
Yes.
But I think also, like, especially when you have kids, you think about how important your health is. And if you want to live long, you need to be doing physical activity. Like, the older I get, the more that I do not take my health for granted. And that is one thing that is in your control, diet and exercise. And I'm not saying that you only have to have like kale smoothies. It's just within reason. Like, it's one of those things that you can make your life noticeably better and go to the doctor fewer times if you, just stay remotely active.
Yes, I think that's a good point. I've seen that with a lot of my friends, which is kind of awesome to see, where not necessarily in awesome shape, but maybe needed to tighten it up a little bit. I'm not taking a shot at anyone, but obviously there's some people and they just, but I've had some friends where they were seriously, really overweight, like in a way where you're like, hey, I hope you're okay. And then they have a child and they're like, I've got to get myself in shape because I need to be here for my kids. So that's a big inspiration for a lot of people and certainly a worthy one. Also worthy on this Thursday, 5 teams only, as we tell you our favorites in the National Football League.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever.
All right, Chelsea, you have the power. You're the one doing deadlifts, squats, incline presses, butterflies, running on the treadmill. You have the power. I'm just a guy. So let's start with you. What do you got?
All right, power rankings for this week in the NFL. Not a ton of changes at the top because I think just because the Rams lost one game does not mean they are not still the best team in the NFL, because a lot of people will talk about Matt Stafford and MVP numbers and Sean McVay and the experience that they have winning a Super Bowl. But also, this is one of the best defenses in the NFL, allowing just 17.5 points per game. That is the second best mark in the NFL. So a very complete team. And the difference between them and the Patriots is that the Rams have postseason experience at some of the top positions. So I still think the Rams stand atop the rankings for me. And next up, it's going to be the Patriots at 2. We're standing at December 4th. Like, at some point, you have to start believing in what the Patriots are doing. Drake May is your favorite to win MVP, I believe, depending on where you look. And that defense, also one of the best defenses in the NFL, 5th overall when it comes to points per game. So I think it's difficult to make the jump from really bad team to like winning a Super Bowl. And maybe it's not the year for the Patriots, but you cannot discount this stretch that the Patriots keep winning all these games, because usually in the NFL, like, teams just have flat spots, and we're just not seeing it from the Patriots. And then next up, we're going to go the Seahawks. Again, it feels like a team that's similarly constructed to the Rams in that it is a great overall team with a great passing offense with Sam Darnold, JSN, but also one of the best defenses right behind the Rams in points per game, allowing just 18.1 points per game. Next up, we're going to the Bills. This is the one team in the NFL that I am still leaving the light on for. We talked about last week how leaving the light on season is officially over. So it's over for me when it comes to the Chiefs, probably the Eagles, the Ravens, maybe the Lions as well, depending on what happens tonight. But for the Bills, it is still a team that I would not want to face in the postseason. And they're one of the few teams that I mentioned that list that are actually active in the playoff hunt. So I'm going to go Bills at 4 simply because Josh Allen. Number 5, the Broncos. You cannot dismiss what this defense has done this year. When it comes to sacks, they are head and shoulders above the rest of the NFL, leading the league with 51 team sacks. The next best team is the Cleveland Browns, who have 43, and they have Myles Garrett, who's probably going to break the regular season sack record. So it's damn impressive what the Denver defense is doing. They're not higher on this list because I don't trust their offense, but still, that defense is going to keep them in a lot of games. The ultimate equalizer when you go against great quarterbacks is being able to get after the quarterback. So that wraps up my list as the Broncos fill in the 5 spot.
All right. I like it. Like we normally do, we're very similar, but also have some differences. So I'm going to start at 5 and then go to the top. Number 5, I'm going with the Broncos. I'm with you. The Broncos are at times they're hard to watch. Like, they don't necessarily look fancy, and it's not, free-flowing and fluid like it was when the Chiefs were winning, but not every team looks like that. But the Broncos just kind of find ways. They sort of grind it out, whether it was that amazing fourth quarter comeback against the Giants or even last week against the Commanders. They just find ways to win. But you're absolutely right. That defense is top-notch, and when you have a defense like that in the National Football League, not only can you win a ton of games, you can be the number 1 seed in the AFC, and that's where the Broncos are trending right now. I still believe in the Packers at 4. Everyone was hot on the Packers at the start of the season, and I feel like Green Bay is the one team that we're just not talking a whole lot about. Like, they're sitting here in one of the most competitive divisions in the NFL. I believe they're 8-3-1. They are a complete football team. And yet, because the Lions aren't quite the team that they were last year, and because the Bears have been so good, I feel like they get lost in the conversation. But the Packers belong there, and they're only getting healthier down the stretch. This is a really good Green Bay team, and I feel like the Packers are someone we're going to be talking about here in just a few weeks, even more so than we are now. At 3, I am still on the Seahawks. And slinging Sammy Darnold, don't you know that the Vikings are thinking, maybe we shouldn't have moved on from him. He is the best. If you look at the metrics right now, he is the best deep ball passer in the National Football League. They actually scheme up plays for him to go deep, and it certainly helps when you have a guy like JSN. But the Seahawks are also a complete team. They play great defense. Love what I'm seeing in Seattle. And then I'm with you on the Rams. Disappointing loss last week in Carolina, but that is the National Football League. Matthew Stafford was uncharacteristically a little sloppy last week. throwing interceptions. They get a fumble as well. But Carolina is much improved. And again, it's the NFL. None of these teams were going to go undefeated down the stretch. It happens. The Rams are still great. They have Sean McVay. And then here we are with the Patriots once again. I mean, I didn't want to believe. I doubted them before the season, but when you look at the way they're playing, their winning streak, the complimentary football, even on special teams, they got that touchdown on Monday night, that punt return, where this game was over at the half. They're well coached, and they have nothing to lose. Unlike some of these other teams, they remind me of the Commanders last year, where they are playing with house money because you might have expected a jump this season, but no one expected this. So the pressure is off because no one expected this from New England. Right now, they are the number one team in the NFL.
Well, some disagreement at the top because the only reason I put the Rams above the Patriots, and honestly, it's 1A and 1B right now, similar to the MVP discussion, but only one of those teams has Super Bowl experience. And isn't that the biggest question with the Patriots is that we see this in the regular season, but it does feel like the postseason is a different game. And what's wild is that it feels like all these big postseason names in the AFC probably aren't going to make the playoffs this year, with the exception of Josh Allen.
That's exactly right. And I thought about the Bills as well. So when you said that, I thought, I think you phrased it the right way, which is I'm just not out on them yet. You still have to believe in who they are. And when you have a guy like Josh Allen and when you have that playoff experience, I feel like amongst these teams that we talked about, if there's one team that can raise its level, that has the highest ceiling of all, it's probably the Bills based on what we've seen in the past. And if you're Buffalo, don't you know you've got to be saying, guys, Kansas City might not make the playoffs. This is our time. We got to make a run because the Chiefs may not be there. Coming up next, we're going to stay with the NFL. See if the Cowboys can pull the upset tonight in the Motor City. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. A preview of Thursday Night Football coming your way. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend, wait for it, Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
On the BetMGM Network, I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And here is what's on deck for the next hour. We'll start with our best bets in Thursday Night Football. It should be a good one between the Lions and the Cowboys, at least from a prop standpoint. I'm betting on a lot of things. And then at 7:20, we go on to the NBA, what games we are considering placing a wager on tonight. And then it's on to our Survivor picks, who's winning outright in the NFL this week. All right, Jank, so here is a very in-the-weeds thing that maybe it's just me because I do like some, I don't know what the word is, maybe like academic type things. But when people have a certain last name that I've never seen before, I always wonder, like, where did that last name come from? Like, where, in Europe, in Africa, wherever. So, like, the first time that I saw Isaac Tesla's last name across the back of his Lions uniform, I was like, what the hell is up with that capitalization?
Right.
Because it's not the actual last name. It's the fact that it's T-E-S or capital S and then back to lowercase L-A-A. Okay. So I looked this up, and apparently the name itself is French, but the family says that they are all Dutch. So I don't know where that happened. It said something along the lines of like, the French Huguenots made their way to the Netherlands, and my grandparents came from the Netherlands. So I just think it's one of those fascinating things. Like I was going to ask you, Jenkins feels pretty common, but do you know your ancestry?
God, no, I don't. I know that I'm a little Irish. I've got a touch of Native American, but I don't know the full scope. And I would send out my DNA, but I'm not giving anybody my DNA. No way. No website is getting that. That's the last thing you're not getting from me. You might have my fingerprints. You might have my eyeballs. You might have AI face recognition. You're not getting my DNA. But from what I've been told, it's some European, but also a small touch of Native American because of my grandfather.
I do think it's fascinating though. Like I had to do a school project in high school, and this is before you, me, and 23andMe and all those DNA tests. So I had to literally ask people. And luckily my grandparents were like still alive. So I actually got to ask them, hey, where did your grandparents come from? So like my family, obviously, Messenger is Messinger. It's German. So most of my family is German. There is a small like sampling, I think, of Native American because most of my family is from Kansas. Like they all immigrated from Germany to Kansas somehow, both families. But there is, I think, a small portion of Native American. I think especially if you're from, I don't know it's not the Midwest, but like Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. There's obviously a lot of, Indian background. For sure. There. But I do think it's fascinating to learn about yourself and like where you came from. So it was one of those things that I thought it was cool, and we got it down to the exact region. And in fact, we still have a lot of relatives that live in Germany.
Oh, that's really cool. I've always wanted to do that. And I know there's a more traditional way to do it, right? Like you talk to family members and then you can trace your lineage and you can look at records and things like that. But that's also it's meticulous work, it's tedious work, and rewarding work at the same time. The easy way, of course, is just to send off your DNA. But it's the one thing I won't do. It's just the one thing I won't let myself do. But I agree. It's totally fascinating. And you're always surprised, I feel like. Sometimes it's like once in a blue moon, you're like, okay, this doesn't surprise me at all. But I feel like most people, if you trace back far enough, you end up finding connections that you would have never imagined in the first place.
Well, and I think because a lot of us are mutts. Like most of us are not like from one place. It is a mixture.
Right.
And so people find these little percentages and they're like, where the hell did that come from? So it is interesting to find the etymology of your last name. All right, so speaking of Isaac Tesla, let's go to the Lions and the Cowboys and maybe a little tease of maybe a player prop that I am going with. So let's talk about this game line first. Cowboys and Lions. Lions 3-point home favorites, total of 54.5, which obviously I think to myself, this means you need to play props because we love playing overs. But Jenks, let's start with who we think wins the game. Do you think the Lions are the play here?
No, I think the Cowboys are the play. I really like the way the Cowboys are playing right now. I don't like the Cowboys, but from a betting perspective, I think they're the right call here. Cowboys getting 3 points. This Cowboys team, at least over the past 3 weeks, I feel like has found something. I hate watching it as a Washington fan, but Quinnen Williams, I apologize. I was not familiar with your game. Lost in that, all the Micah Parsons hubbub and, they're not going to be any good on defense. Well, the Cowboys had other plans too. Like they weren't done making moves after they traded away Micah Parsons. And I think getting Quinnen Williams was such a boon for this defense because they have been different. They had been virtually impossible to run on since they got Williams in the line. And it looks like they're going to get Trayvon Diggs tonight back as well in the secondary. So that's going to make them even more effective. And then conversely, when you look at the Lions, they're really banged up right now. I think the Cowboys can make Detroit one-dimensional. As good as Jahmyr Gibbs is, as good as David Montgomery is, the Cowboys have been great at shutting down the running game for opposing teams. What does that mean? It means Jared Goff needs to go to the air. Well, now Sam Laporta out for the season. He just had back surgery. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think, is going to be a game-time decision. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving the Lions enough credit because they're very good, but they're not as dynamic as they were last year. But I think the Cowboys are the play.
Well, I think it's just a tale of two teams where it's one has their stock going way up, where they have just faced the two teams that faced off in the Super Bowl last year and beat them both outright as 3-point and 3.5-point underdogs. So same line in this game. And it feels like the Lions are just a team that's just really hurt right now. Like you mentioned, the injury report is really long. And especially when you have already gone down one of your best receiving threats in Sam Laporta, who's out for the indefinite future. And now Amon-Ra St. Brown might not play. That is two big weapons, especially when you're talking about a shootout. Because here's the thing. I don't think people have ever questioned the Dallas passing attack. Dak Prescott quietly is putting up big numbers. And especially with the receivers that he has, it feels like the Cowboys certainly have a chance. At least they're going to put points up on the board. And now they've added a defense that at least keeps them in games. Like you mentioned, Quinnen Williams in the middle, blocking, opposing run attacks. Maybe the Lions can keep it, well, I said keep it close. They're the favorites. Maybe they can certainly punish this Dallas defense and the secondary because I will say from a fantasy perspective, this has been the biggest weakness of the Cowboys, giving up the fourth most receiving yards to opposing receivers and the most fantasy points against opposing receivers. So there's certainly a pathway in which the Lions look good in this game. I'm not saying that. The only thing I can go against the Cowboys, especially the fact that they are getting 3 points, is the fact that this has been a tough road. And we know situational spots matter in the NFL, and especially when you play two very high-profile games against the Chiefs and the Eagles. If there's ever maybe like a letdown spot, and maybe that's not even the right word because it just feels like it's physically challenging when you play those type of teams. It's just been kind of a tough stretch for Dallas despite the wins. Sometimes that can pile up, and sometimes it can be tough to have another great effort for the third week in a row.
No, it's very true. And it's never easy going into Detroit and playing the Lions because they're very good at home and that home crowd is great. But I just feel like here that I need to see more from the Lions. And I said this last week when I was on the Packers in Detroit. And I was like, if you look at Detroit's schedule, they've been pretty good. But what do we know about the Lions? How much of what we've seen from the Lions are we basing on last year and basing on them beating up on bad teams or mediocre teams? I want to see the Lions perform in a big spot against a really good team, and we haven't necessarily seen that for the majority of the season. So I think this will be a very good test because the Cowboys are better than their record. That's the thing. This is about momentum this time of year. They're still not favorites to make the playoffs. There's a possibility, and even Jerry Jones was talking about our best way to make the postseason in the NFL is to win the division, which, if the Eagles continue to falter, I mean, who knows? The Eagles are sort of an internal mess right now. Maybe that's a possibility. So the odds are against them, but they need this win. They're a desperate team. They're playing really well. I want to see what happens tonight. This is going to be, for me, just an interesting game to watch. We're going to find out a lot about whether the Cowboys are going to have this momentum and make a run, or whether the Lions are a bit more of a paper tiger than I think they are. I think they're better than that, but we're going to find out tonight because Dallas is playing good football.
Right. And especially since it's another game that's going to be played indoors, I think that's really conducive to what the Cowboys do through the air. And it just feels like it's not even the fact that maybe the Lions are a paper tiger. I just think they're hurt. The injuries just keep piling up, especially on the defensive side of things. And we've seen it over the last few weeks. So maybe it's just one of those years, because I will say this is still a big game for the Lions as well. They're not, penciled in for the postseason if the season ended today. So they need to continue winning games as well. But first thing that stood out to me in this game was the total, Jenks. Odds makers are expecting a ton of points in this game. And again, it's indoors. It's two great offenses. But 54.5 is a very, very high number. So are you touching this total?
I like the under. This seems way high to me. Like 54 and a hook in an NFL game is a high total. This is a college total. It's a ton of scoring in the NFL. And I understand why, right? Because the first thing that comes to mind is, it's prime time. It's going to be a shootout. Jared Goff and Dak Prescott going back and forth, back and forth. But then I think about that Cowboys defense and how much better it's played over the past few weeks. I think about the Lions and their offensive weapons being out of the lineup. And then I think about the Cowboys, and look, the Lions defense can be had, but they are still a top 15 defense. So they're a little bit better than you might think. I just think in the NFL, unless you have a super strong idea or a super strong handicap, 54.5 just seems a touch high to me. I would go under.
I don't think I'm brave enough to play an under in this game. I can agree with you that it is a very high number, but if any teams can get to it, it's certainly both of these teams. But instead of playing a total, I think props are the way to go, because that way you don't have to be sweating one more touchdown, and the yardage can still be there. So even if, they put the clamps down inside the red zone, your props can still get home. So let's start with the Lions side, because like I mentioned, the Cowboys, one of the most palatable matchups for opposing wide receivers. But the question is, who's it going to be, since Amon-Ra St. Brown may not be playing in this one? He is questionable for this game. And we've seen from the Lions the emergence of the guy that I was talking about earlier, Isaac Tisla. Played in 92% of snaps last week. He didn't have a huge output, only 35 yards receiving on 2 catches, 2 targets. But you also get a low number on him this week. I think it's around the same thing that he had last week, where it's 35.5. I think he has a really high ceiling. He is a physical mismatch for a lot of guys, because he is a big receiver standing at 6'4". And he's a physical guy and a young guy that I feel like the Lions will use more going forward, simply because there's no Sam Laporta and probably no Amon-Ra St. Brown. So a low number on him, especially with the great matchup against the Cowboys defense, giving up the most fantasy points to opposing wide receivers. I think that's one. And then you could go with the Cowboys. It feels like every single week, CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are always in play. So pick your poison there. I think I'd lean towards CeeDee Lamb. But Jenks, do you like any of these props?
I love George Pickens tonight. George Pickens has been awesome, and I think he is due for a big game. I mean, he has been one of, I think, the more underrated signings in the National Football League, or trades, where you brought him in and you're like, how is he going to fit in with CeeDee Lamb? Because he was so unhappy with the Steelers, right? He was always speaking up or fighting people, even when he wasn't receiving the football. He's been awesome. If you look at his receiving total, it's 77 and a hook. I mean, he has hit this number in 8 of his last 9 and in 7 straight. He's also faced some really good defenses during that time. Chiefs and the Broncos. We were just talking about how good the Broncos are defensively with Pat Surtain. I think he was out for that game against the Cowboys. Regardless, still a great defense, and he continues to get it done. I think this number is a little too low, and I don't mind it even though I like the under in this game. So I'm going to roll with George Pickens.
Yeah, I think any way you slice it, somebody's going to be hauling in a bunch of yards. Or you could just take Dak Prescott to go over his yardage total. Coming up next, we switch gears to basketball. What's going on in the NBA tonight? It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thursday edition of the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite NBA plays of the day. It is a smallish slate, but I think we are trying to get people back acclimated to betting on the NBA because, listen, it's been a lot lately with the NFL, with college football, with college basketball entering the fold. So I understand some people have kind of left the NBA on the back burner. So, Jenks, before we get started, let's do a little refresher course because there are some wonky things going on in the NBA right now when it comes to the standings. I think people need reminding that the Eastern Conference is kind of wild right now. It feels to me like it almost resembles the AFC in football, where it's not the top contenders that you would think who are standing atop the standings. It's the Pistons, who are 17-5 with the top spot in the East. 2 games back are the Raptors. The Knicks, okay, maybe that's a team you would have predicted. 2.5 games back. But further down are the Cavs. Right now they're in the 7 spot at 13-10, maybe not living up to what we thought just yet. The Hawks are surprisingly good. Even without Trae Young, maybe they're a better team without Trae Young standing at 13-10. But also from a betting perspective, I think it's always good to look at the teams that are absolutely terrible. We'll talk about the Wizards. They're at the very bottom of the Eastern Conference, standing at 3-17. But like the craziest stat I think of all in the NBA right now, the Thunder are 22-1. 21-1, excuse me. But still, Jake's 21-1, coming off winning a championship. That level of domination, not only does it take skill, depth, concentration, focus, whatever, but like the fact that complacency has not hit the Thunder at all in a league where people point at the NBA constantly and say, oh, nobody cares about the NBA until, a month before the postseason. Clearly the Thunder still care about the regular season.
Well, and not only that, Jalen Williams, just like they've done this thus far, the majority of this start to the season without even their full complement of weapons. That's what's amazing to me. It's, okay, now there's a target on your back each and every single week. You've done most of this without being completely healthy. And they're not just winning. Like, they're dominating teams. Like, they're still one of the best covering teams in the NBA. So it's crazy to me, the pace at which they're playing and the motivation there. Like, there's almost always a little bit of a letdown after you win a title. It's natural. But they look better than they did last year. They're so young, and they have so much potential. I mean, you're talking about potentially, I don't like to throw around the word dynasty a whole lot because I feel like that can get overused. But because of where they are and because of the talent that they have and because of the roster that they put together, I mean, we could see this coming. Before last year, how many times were we saying, oh, it's only going to be a couple years before the Thunder are going to be awesome. You can tell they're right there on the cusp. Well, now they're not on the cusp. They are the defending NBA champions, and now they look like they have this long shelf life ahead of them.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not like they're skating by in games. They're not the Chicago Bears. They have the best points differential in all of NBA by a pretty wide margin at 15.3 points per game. Like, if you look across the way at the Eastern Conference, the Pistons, who are leading the league, have a points differential of 5.1. So a far cry from the domination that's going on in the Western Conference. So we'll see. And of course, like I mentioned, the Western Conference feels a little bit more established with the veteran teams, with the Lakers in the 2 spot, Rockets, and then Spurs making their ascent. We know they're a younger team with Wemby and what he can do. I know he's missed time. And then last night we saw Jamal Murray score, 52 points for the Nuggets? I know it's been a Nuggets team that maybe isn't as dominant as we've seen in years past. Like, offensively, it feels like they can certainly get things done, but their defense is not really up to snuff. But still 15-6 on the season. And is anybody looking at Nikola Jokic and be like, that's not a team that's going to contend? Like, the Nuggets are always going to be there.
Yes. I mean, and I love that they're just kind of lying in wait. I think the Nuggets are going to be, they are a good team. And they're one of those teams that they've gotten to the point now where they know the drill You know what I mean? So it's kind of like the Bills, where now the Bills have never won at all, but they've had so much success, sustained success, and they have established superstars, and they have an established footprint. Like, you know what you're going to get from these guys each and every single night, right? Each and every single year. So if you're talking about a team that can use its playoff experience and can step up and can beat anyone potentially because of the talent on their roster. And also, Jamal Murray is interesting because, he's normally a guy, if you look at his reputation across the league, I mean, he's always been a very good player, but normally he's a guy that comes on late. He sort of starts each and every year off slow, and then once it's late in the year, once the postseason hits, you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot how damn good Jamal Murray is. So one of the real bright spots for Denver is seeing Jamal Murray step up the way he has so early in the season. But, yeah, Nuggets are always going to be a threat.
Right. Like, if Jamal Murray is hot, what are you going to do? Double team him? And, leave somebody open and leave, Nikola Jokic with just one person on him? It's just one of those things that's really hard to defend. Excuse me, before I cough, Jenks, let's get to some of these games. First on the slate for us, Celtics and Wizards. And like I mentioned, sometimes a great strategy in betting is just fading the worst teams in the league. This one probably fits the bill. Wizards getting 9.5 points against the Celtics in this one, total of 228.5. So is it just copy paste? Are we fading the Wizards here?
Yeah, I mean, the Wizards are so bad. They are so bad. I can't believe this number is so short. Like, I understand the Celtics are not the Celtics of last year because of injuries and they've lost different guys, and this is kind of a throwaway for them. But at some places you can get an 8.5. Is that true? Well, my friends, lay it with the Celtics. Like, the Wizards are so banged up. Like, my guy Trey Johnson is out of the lineup right now, and I've been looking forward to seeing him play out of Texas, obviously. But then you've got Alex Sarr, and he's going to miss the next couple of games. So the Wizards might be at home, but they are still the second worst team against the number in the NBA. Just, if you fade the Wizards or the Pelicans or some of these bad teams on a regular basis until the number catches up, you're probably going to be on the right side. If somebody wants to make a case for Washington, I'd love to hear it. The new arena plans look great. That's about it.
Yeah. Feels like the same thing for the Titans. Like, the only positive remarks people can say are like, oh, don't they have a new stadium? Yeah, that's about it. But especially at home, like the Wizards this year against the number at home, just 2-6. Meanwhile, you look at the Celtics, pretty middling, 11-10 ATS this year. But I'll say this about the Wizards. They have covered in 3 of their last 5, but do I still want to trust them? No. Because here's the thing in the NBA. Some of these really bad teams, they'll look fine for a couple of quarters.
Yeah.
And then the wheels fall off in like the fourth quarter and they'll lose by 25. And I think Washington is capable of that every single night. So I'll be going against the Wizards once again. All right, next up, how about we go to the Warriors and the Sixers? Tight spread in this one. Philly, laying 3.5 at home. Total of 223.5. Jenks, I need to drink something. Do you have a handicap here?
Oh, let's go. Here's the thing. I would recommend, I feel like this story went underreported. The 76ers just got fined $100,000 by the NBA. This was yesterday. And you know why? Because on Sunday against the Hawks, they listed Joel Embiid as out, and then he played. So the Sixers lost regardless in double overtime, 142-132. But first of all, imagine betting on that game and putting your money down based on that injury report and then being like, you guys said he was out. Again, they lost anyway, but still, the principle remains the same. How are you supposed to handicap a game when the team itself is misleading you? It's not the first time they've done that, by the way. But the reason why I mention that is because I think Joel Embiid is going to play tonight, because that game went to double overtime. What did the Sixers do? They said, okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of playing time for our guy who's constantly banged up. So then they sat him out against the Wizards last time out. So it looks like he's going to play tonight. We think he's going to play tonight, but who knows? I think I would lay the 3.5 with the Sixers because I think Joel Embiid is going to return. What I just don't know. I kind of don't want to mess with the franchise right now because you never know from day in to day out whether or not Joel Embiid is going to play, regardless of where he is on the injury report. Probably a pass for me, but I guess I would lean Sixers.
Well, here's one thing that you can count on, and that's Tyrese Maxey. I know a lot of people still view Joel Embiid, as the face of the franchise. But what Tyrese Maxey has been doing is incredible. He's averaging 32.5 points per game this year. Last 2 games, 35 and 44. And especially that game against Washington, he didn't have a single turnover, which is a big deal for somebody who's handling the ball as much as Tyrese Maxey is. Tonight, it is a somewhat favorable matchup against the Warriors. If you look at a fantasy standpoint, you can get Tyrese Maxey 30-plus points for minus 155. I am not seeing the over-under over on BetMGM just yet. Probably because we don't know what's going on with Joel Embiid. But again, if you want to play somebody in the props market, it does feel like Tyrese Maxey is a very dependable guy. Total is not super high at 225.5, but it's healthy enough to where I think Tyrese Maxey could get the job done. And especially if Joel Embiid does not play, that is more of the onus that the offense rests on the shoulders of Tyrese Maxey. Even if you wanted to do points, rebounds, and assists, he's been filling out the stat sheet as well. 7.5 assists per game, along with almost 5 rebounds per game as well. So Tyrese Maxey has really developed into one of the top contributors in the NBA this year. And it's wild because, again, you always think of Joel Embiid as the face of the franchise, but Maxey has been incredible.
Oh, man. That's the guy that you should really focus on. So I think that's a really good point. I know you say Embiid, Paul George, but Tyrese Maxey, I love to see guys who've been grinding and working so hard to finally sort of get their due. And every time you look down, it's actually Tyrese Maxey leading the way. So maybe you look at a player prop or something like that. But he's kind of been Philly's secret weapon because with all of the, the injury concerns or whatever has gone on with the 76ers, who's the one guy that you always say, well, we know Maxey's going to get it done. I mean, he steps up in a big way each and every time that they're on the court. So I think if you're looking at a player prop at a total of 223.5, just kind of seems like a normal total, not necessarily super high, but he's always a good play.
Yeah, and it should be mentioned that Steph Curry is not going to play in this game either. So if you're wondering why the Sixers are favored, that goes into it as well. All right, finally, let's go to New Orleans. Pelicans and Timberwolves. Timberwolves laying a half. Total of 232.5. Jenks, can you make a case for the Pelicans? If we're talking about really bad teams, New Orleans certainly fits the bill as well.
Can I just say I'm over Zion Williamson? Like, it's over. Like, this is a guy who is incredibly talented, but he's never going to be this unbelievable superstar in the NBA because he's always injured. Chelsea, he's injured again. Like, again. So he's already missed 11 games this season, and now he's out because he has a hip adductor strain. Like, it's always something with Zion. And we hear, oh, he's lost some weight. Maybe he's gained some weight. Like, he just fluctuates all over the place. But he just cannot stay healthy. So he's out for 3 weeks at a minimum. If you look at his career, and this is crazy to me, of all the games that he could have played in with the Pelicans, he's played in 45% of their games. He hasn't even hit the 50% mark. And when he's on the court, you're like, wow, he's really talented, but he's never on the court. He's going to be out again. Pelicans are 3-19 this season. I mean, I know it's a big number, but, I think we've seen over the NBA, at least for me, actually compared to when we started this show, that big numbers don't scare me like they used to in the NBA because there's such a discrepancy now and because there's such wild swings. I mean, you still need to be careful. There's no question about it. But the Pelicans aren't just 3-19 overall. They're 3-19 against the number. That is number one, as in worst against the number. They're the worst team against the spread in the NBA. Now Zion's out. So if you're scared of a double-digit spread, I get that. But the only choice here is just to lay the points with Minnesota.
I will say this, like the Pelicans have been covering in this recent stretch, 3 straight covers for the Pelicans, including this game against Minnesota that they just played in, where the Pelicans did lose, but Minnesota won that game 149-142. I don't think it's going to be the case again for the Pelicans. But like, despite how bad the Pelicans are, like, again, they've been covering some numbers. So it's not a game that I really want to play, especially with a number that big. But I will say this, if anybody can score a ton of points, it's the Timberwolves. A really good offense there, but we saw it last time around just a couple days ago in this exact matchup that they also gave up 142 points. So I don't know. It's not going to be an NBA betting night for me, especially with an 11.5-point spread. I think I will be betting on the NFL. And speaking of, we've got our survivor picks ready for this week in the NFL coming up next after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Granger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, so we're back. And it's time to play Survivor as we give out our favorite outright plays in the NFL in mere moments here on the show. Jenks, it feels like we haven't talked about the Bucs too much. Like, I was just mulling my decision, and ultimately I did not go with the Bucs as 8.5-point favorites at home over the Saints. But I feel like it used to be a weekly occurrence where the Bucs used to be in our power rankings. And now they've hit this stretch where they've had some injuries. I know Baker Mayfield has been banged up, but they had a win over the Cardinals last time around, where they won 20-17. But before that, they got beat up by some of the better teams in the NFL. Like, lost to the Rams 34-7, lost to the Bills 44-32. That was the game where Josh Allen had 6 touchdowns by himself. Do you think we're not giving the Bucs enough credit? Like, it feels like they're just there lurking underneath the surface, and maybe they don't have the talent of some of these top-end teams, especially in the NFC. Like, maybe if the Bucs were in the AFC, it would be a different story. But it just feels like a team that we haven't been talking about that much.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I think what we've seen with the Bucs is that they've sort of reverted to the mean a little bit and have had a little bit of negative regression. Like, they're really good and they have the talent, and Baker has been unbelievable this season. They've been battling injuries as well. But I think when you look at the NFC, that it's just there's a lot of teams that get lost in the mix. Like, I don't know what to do with the NFC, right? Like, the Eagles are super talented, but they kind of don't like each other. The Lions can be dynamic, but they aren't what they were last year. Are the Bears really that good? They seem that way. I think they might be. The Rams seem like they're the class of the NFC. I mean, they're certainly the favorites right now. The Bucs have the talent. I think it's not necessarily that the Bucs aren't what they were early. It's just that they stood out so much early on. But now the NFC is, you can make a case for so many different teams. It's easy to forget about them. But yes, they're still Tampa Bay. The talent is still there. It's just that there's a lot of interesting storylines, and they're kind of getting folded into that mix.
Right. I think it's a lot of things that are kind of built into one because, like you mentioned, the teams in the NFC just feel better. Number 2, the Panthers have been a surprise. So it's not a foregone conclusion that the Bucs are just going to run the table in the NFC South because the Panthers have been a surprise. And then you factor in the injuries. Like, when Mike Evans went down, that was a big one. But the good news is that Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan have both been back at practice and should be back at some point. So that's the thing. Maybe the Bucs are one of those teams where if you're looking for a team that the stock is way down right now, maybe the Bucs are it, and we'll see this weekend how good they look against a bad Saints team. So I was contemplating choosing them, but ultimately I went with somebody else. So let's get to our favorite Survivor plays.
One man leads. There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, I'm sensing a theme with our picks where we're choosing the best teams in the NFL, but also teams in the NFC. All right, Jenks, you want to start us off here? Who's your choice for Survivor this week?
I'm going to go with the best team in the NFC, the LA Rams. I know they lost to Carolina. Matt Stafford wasn't on his game. And I actually watched a lot of that game, which was kind of crazy. However, I'll say this. It's a nice bounce-back spot for LA, the Cards or whatever, the Cardinals. And I always love a great team coming off a tough loss. It's a good chance for them to get back on track. I think Matt Stafford is going to go off again. And again, I still think that LA is the best team in the NFC. So they make a statement this weekend against the Cards, and they win easily.
Yeah, I think that's an easy pick to justify. Anytime you pick the Rams, like especially coming off a loss, does not feel like you can keep that good of a team down for long. All right, so speaking of good teams in the NFC, how about the other great one that's standing in the same division? I'm going to go with the Seahawks over Atlanta this week. I know the Falcons have had some games where they've contended with some good teams. In fact, like remember that time they beat the Bills? So that's what kind of scares me about the Falcons. It's they're kind of all over the place. But at the end of the day, the Seahawks are the much better overall team because they have the great quarterback in Sam Darnold, who has probably the best receiver in the league right now, at least from a production standpoint, in JSN. And plus, they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. If you look at points per game, there was a time, in the NFL where the Falcons had some of the best numbers. Gone are those days, and Seattle standing at number 3 overall in points allowed per game, giving up just 18 points per game to opponents. So I'm going to go with the Seahawks, big favorites on the road over Atlanta. All right, David, who you got this week?
I am fading the Raiders once again. It's worked for me in the past. And I'm going with supposedly one of the best teams in the AFC. I know it's a divisional game. I don't care. The Raiders are that bad. I'm taking the Broncos over the Raiders. I don't necessarily trust the Broncos to maybe cover, but I think they'll win no problem. So, yeah, Broncos over Raiders.
Right. If the Broncos play like they normally play in the fourth quarter, they'll win this game. Maybe they don't cover the number. I think this is a great teaser leg as well. If you want to throw that in a teaser, 7.5 point favorites, you can tease it down to 1.5, and a great outright play as well. And then finally, Den, who you got this week in Survivor?
Chelsea, you and I are in the same boat. I'm taking the Seattle Seahawks over the Falcons. I think defensively they're too good. But to be honest, I think most defenses look excellent when you're taking on Kirk Cousins right now. At one point, he was one of my favorite quarterbacks, and that point has long gone. He's tough to watch, man. He just doesn't have any more retirement tour for Kirk. I think Seattle puts Atlanta down pretty easy.
I know. It was strange to me that there was like a second in the NFL where people were like, are the Falcons for real? And then that second was over. We were like, no, the Bills just kind of lose it sometimes. And they lose to bad teams. So it's funny how the waves in the NFL go. But like I said, like that's the only pause that it gives me is that the Falcons have beaten some good teams. Occasionally they'll string things together. But it's not something that I would like flip my bet on and say, oh, well, I believe in the Falcons. No, I don't believe in the Falcons. I believe in, the blue chip stock here, and that is the Seattle Seahawks. Did anybody have honorable mentions? Like I mentioned the Bucks as 8.5 point home favorites against the Saints. Were there any like close calls for your Survivor picks? Anyone?
I don't know. I just immediately saw Rams. I'm like, I'll go Rams. I looked at Broncos too. I mean, I think that's always a good call, just fading a bad team. And the Broncos have a defense where are the Raiders going to move the ball on the Broncos? No, they're not. Double D says the Falcons have quit on Raheem Morris. You want to talk about that, Double D? I mean, you're the Penn State and the Falcons guy.
100% they've quit on Raheem. Raheem Morris, the other reason that I don't think Mike Tomlin, even if he gets let go by the Steelers, is going anywhere. I mean, Chelsea brought up she'd love him on the Titans. Hey, I'm right here going, get rid of Raheem Morris. Let's bring in Mike Tomlin to Atlanta for sure. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Yeah, that team looks like it's completely quit on Raheem Morris. I don't know what happened, where the disconnect happened, but one, he doesn't make great coaching decisions, and two, yeah, they've had enough. I think they will move on from Raheem Morris after this season.
Well, plus, like, the Seahawks are just a good team. So, like, even if they did have their ish together, it's just a tough matchup. I will say on the flip side, I feel like there are a lot of big favorites this week that I'm not trusting. Like, you look at the Ravens, 6-point home favorites against the Steelers. I ain't playing Survivor with any team in the AFC North. Like, that just feels very volatile to me. And then you look at this Bills game. Bills 5.5-point home favorites against another AFC North team and the Bengals. So I think this week for Survivor, a lot of it was process of elimination. Because normally you look at the big favorites. Some of the big favorites this week don't feel that trustworthy to me.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I will say, this wasn't the easiest Survivor week. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've had weeks where you immediately glance on the board and you're like, oh my God, easy. So this is a little more challenging than some that we've seen.
Well, and then the other one is the Packers, 6.5-point home favorites against the Bears. Do we think the Bears have a chance to win that game outright?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Anyone?
They're the cockroach.
They
You
Yes.
try and squish the Bears, and they just won't. They just won't die. They literally are the living embodiment of a cockroach. 'Cause I have not watched a Bears game and thought, man, this team is awesome, but they still find ways to win, and they're on the path to being the number one seed in the conference.
Right. So my question is, if you're getting 6.5 points with that team, would you take it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you have to, right?
100%. Yes.
Yeah, this is one of those teams where you can't. I think Denton said, like, these guys just hang around. It's like, I thought you guys were dead. Like, when are you gonna die already? Like, you keep stomping on. I'm like, okay, and like, no, still hanging around. But they're breaking through, and at some point, you have to accept that a team is who they are, and that they are a good football team, no matter how they're winning, no matter what it looks like, no matter what you thought they were going to do before the season, and they do. So yeah, I'd grab those points.
I just looked at the weather. It's going to be 17 degrees.
Woof.
Because I thought to
God.
myself, is there any like weather factor that would be the equalizer here? But like, it's not like the Bears play in Miami. So I don't think it's going to be as much of a factor as like, they know how to play in cold weather. But still, 6.5 points, especially with the Packers not being the most trustworthy favorites this year, as we've seen them lose to some much worse teams this season. So I don't think 6.5 points is something I want to lay with the Packers, even though Lambeau is obviously going to be a great home field advantage as we get to the month of December. And it should be noted, Toyotathon has started. And doesn't everybody say that Jordan Love is amazing during Toyotathon?
Yep. It's his time of year. Toyotathon. Come on, baby. Oh, man.
Right?
Does that factor into your handicap at all, Toyotathon?
No. Even though I see the commercials and that's the first thing I think of is Jordan Love being amazing during Toyotathon. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show. We'll start with Chris Mack joining the show to talk Steelers, to talk Mike Tomlin, to talk Penn State. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
GM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. Coming up. Look who's back on the show. Look how high my voice can go. We're going to bring in our buddy Chris Mack to talk about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers and what is next for Penn State. In 20 minutes, we'll keep the conversation going, this time with more on the Cowboys, when Zach Wolchuk from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas joins us. Donkster time at 8:40, along with our best bets. And hello to our audience on Stadium and on X as we stream our final hour, as we always do. You can check us out on ValleySportsLive.com, the Valley Sports Live app, YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and so much more. Let's just jump right in, holding hands in the pool together. Chris Mack, host of the Caboli and Mac podcast. It's been a minute. I don't even know what that means, Chris. Good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning. We're all holding hands in the pool together, and it just suddenly got very warm. I'm sorry.
Well, it's cold, so why not?
I wouldn't feel right if I didn't jump on and either gross off or piss off Chelsea in the first 30 seconds. So I grossed her out instead of pissing her off, and bang, we're ready to go.
Boom.
Well, better to be pissed off than pissed on. Isn't that the continuation of this conversation?
Well, you know who's been pissed off? Steelers fans. They have not been happy this season with what they're seeing. Booing Aaron Rodgers, booing the rest of the team. He said it was deserved. They're sitting there at 500, it feels like, again. So before we get into the whole Tomlin dynamic and what's going to happen, we'll discuss Penn State as well. What has gone so wrong in Pittsburgh? I don't mean to imply that they're the Titans. Sorry, Chelsea, since we're going in on Chelsea early in the show. But why are things trending in such a bad way for the Steelers?
Well, this is kind of the definition of insanity. I said it a couple weeks ago when I filled in on Bet Sweats. I mean, this is when you do the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results. That's the definition of insanity. And that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers are now, is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. Not so much in the quarterback room. And look, Aaron Rodgers' physical skills have clearly diminished. I will still give the guy credit. Whether you think he's a jerk or not, they kind of need a jerk at quarterback right now. You know, exemplified by the fact that guys probably weren't putting as much work in as they needed to in preparation over the last couple of weeks, and he called some people out generally and specifically on certain things in the last week. And I think that team needs it right now because I don't know how much leadership they have on the offensive side of the ball. You know, there's Aaron Rodgers, who's obviously been around, not the Steelers, but around the game forever. There's Pat Freiermuth, who's their most tenured guy on the offensive side of the ball, but has seen like a quarter less routes run this year somehow in an Arthur Smith offense, who is a guy who is very bright, very intelligent, but I don't know how well he communicates what his team needs to do to his team. And so offensively, that's part of it. Defensively, it went out and signed a bunch of old guys, and it hasn't worked out. Not to compare the Steelers to another team in Pittsburgh, but some of this shuffling of the veteran deck chairs on the Titanic is very piratey. Oh, let's bring in this guy on a one-year deal. He could be a great reclamation project on the cheap, and it hasn't worked out. So they released Darius Slay a couple days ago after he didn't work out, only played 10 games for him. They brought in Asante Samuel Jr. They're bringing in Adam Thielen because they don't have a legit number 2 wide receiver. It's just been very messy. I actually don't hold that necessarily as a demerit against their GM, Omar Khan, who I think has done his best to be fluid and move things around on the fly, which is not a telltale or a hallmark of Steelers organizations of the past, to try and get Mike Tomlin what he needs. But part of the problem is Mike Tomlin calls the shots in this organization. And most people in the fan base have had enough of Mike Tomlin. I know. No losing seasons. Oh, that's wonderful. Also hasn't won a playoff game in nearly 9 years, which is the longest drought in half a century for this team by several years. So that's where the frustration stems from. Every year it feels like, at least over the last half decade, closer to 10 years, they do this. They have a decent start, and then they fall to pieces down the stretch. It happened last year with Russell Wilson. It's happening this year with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think it much matters who the quarterback is at this point, although they do need a franchise quarterback, separate conversation for a different day. It's more about the staff not being able to maximize what they have in these guys. This is the highest paid defense in the league, and TJ Watt only has 7 sacks. The defense should be just embarrassed by their effort this year. And Buffalo ran the same play 29 times in the second half last week and just shredded them on the ground. That's not Pittsburgh Steelers football, and that's what upsets the fans more than anything. Lack of results and lack of sticking to an identity that has worked well for this organization, like I said, over the past half century or so.
All right, so since we're picking on my Titans, I am here to say that it can get worse because it feels like the conversations that we're having about Mike Tomlin and the fact that, like, he's good, not great. People said this about Mike Vrabel when he was with the Titans, and it's part of the reason why he was let go. I think there's some other things that kind of were factored in there that he did not get along with the front office.
Sure.
But again, I'm here to say that, like, if you don't get somebody better in there, it absolutely can get worse. So that's my question. If you guys fire Mike Tomlin, do you think you can get a better coach in there?
I don't think people are concerned necessarily right now, Chelsea, with whether it's a better coach immediately. I think a lot of fans, to be totally honest, they wouldn't be excited about a 4-13 year, but at the very least, that would get the Steelers in the top 10 of the draft, which they haven't been in since they drafted Ben Roethlisberger 25 years ago or whatever it was. Okay, 20 years ago, 21 years ago. But hyperbole aside, they do believe that they can get a better coach. I think fans believe that they can get someone younger with a better offensive mind who can get the most out of this team. Again, I don't think it's necessarily a lot of people, especially once we push past the Mike Tomlin era in Pittsburgh, are going to look back on it somewhat fondly, like, hey, we never had any losing seasons. The guy got a lot of things done, but ultimately the message ran stale. Very Andy Reid and Philly-ish. And there's nothing saying that Mike Tomlin might not go off somewhere else and have a great second chapter to his career as a head coach. It just feels like it's run its course here.
Chris, it's interesting you say that. And one thing that I heard yesterday, which kind of surprised me, was James Harrison saying, well, I never really thought Mike Tomlin was a great head coach, and and that sort of shocked me. I think, yes, his time in Pittsburgh has worn thin, but is it fair to say he's not a great head coach, or it's just, hey, you've worn out your welcome here and it's just time to do something different?
I think it can be both. I think when you talk about Mike Tomlin as a head coach, X's and O's wise, I don't know if he's going to blow anybody out of the water. That's never been his forte, Jenks. He's always been a quote-unquote leader of men. He's always done a great job of bringing the room together, rallying the troops, motivating guys. I mean, we see how many players talk about when they come to Pittsburgh, man, I always wanted to play for Mike Tomlin. Well, I think what happens is they get here and they realize that if he doesn't have the strong coordinators under him, and this is a guy who in years past had Bruce Arians, had Dick LeBeau, had established coordinators, Todd Haley back in the day, who could be relied upon for the X's and O's schematic components of the game. And what we've seen over the last half decade or so, Randy Fichtner, Matt Canada, now Arthur Smith, is if you don't have the strong X's and O's guys, especially on the offensive side of the ball, if you don't have a franchise quarterback, Mike Tomlin's not going to walk into the offensive meeting room and start drawing up route concepts. He's just not. That's not Mike Tomlin. And he still comes from, his bones were made as a defensive coach, as an assistant years ago in sort of a Tampa 2 defense, which, again, 20, 25 years ago was looked at as remarkable because, well, they had Derek Brooks and John Lynch and Rondé Barber, and they could do all those things. There's nothing cutting edge at all about what's happening on either side of the ball for the Steelers. And that's, like I said, just as frustrating for the fans is that they want to see something. They want to see this potential maximized on the defensive side of the ball and make the most of what talent you do have on the offensive side of the ball. I tend to agree with James. He's never been a super X's and O's coach. He's a great leader, man. He'll get you to run through a wall, but if he doesn't tell you how or what to do once you get through the wall, it doesn't help much.
All right, so I'm sure you've seen the comments from Ben Roethlisberger by now on Mike Tomlin saying he thinks it would be a great move.
Don't put this on me.
For Mike Tomlin to go to
It's 8:10 in the morning. Don't put this on me.
We have to ask you. You cover the teams. Like, when I saw this, I was kind of shocked. First thought, I said, does he think it's that easy just to win a national championship in college football? And the other thing is, who wants to go to Penn State right now? Because it feels like ain't nobody wanting to go to Penn State right now. So do you think there is any chance in hell that Mike Tomlin considers Penn State?
No. As he said a couple years ago about the ruminations over the USC job, there's not a booster with a big enough blank check. I think if Mike Tomlin decides, and let's be clear, Art Rooney II, Steelers owner, if he decides to detach himself and the organization from Mike Tomlin this offseason, I think we'll go out of his way to make it a mutual parting of ways and make it a very soft landing for Mike. I think Mike will probably take a year or two off and then get right back into coaching at the NFL level. This is not a guy who's going to walk into kids' living rooms. I mean, would he be good at it? Yeah, I think he would. Is that what he wants to do? No, I don't think so. So, no, I think it's taking 2 and 2 and getting 5. I understand where Ben's coming from in that Mike Tomlin looks like he's reached his expiration date in Pittsburgh and Penn State is desperate for a head coach, but those two things just don't add up right now. I don't know what the answer is in State College. I'll be honest. I don't think Pat Kraft, their AD, knows what the answer is clearly because everyone he's tried to chase down has been like, I'm good. I'm going to get a bigger bag somewhere else or stay where I am for an extension. And that's the problem is everyone has used it as leverage rather than as a destination. I think they're at the point now at Penn State where they're somewhat resigned to, okay, Terry Smith is a Penn State lifer. He will connect with the older alumni. I mean, we all saw him wearing the Joe Pa button a couple weeks ago. I mean, he's appealing to that older alumni base who I know some of them are like, yeah, they ought to just keep Terry around. Oh, it'd be great. He's a Penn State guy. And I think they may just do that. And I don't know if that lasts a year or two, or maybe Terry builds off of it and has something that lasts longer. But I think that's just sort of their fallback position now and has to be their fallback position because their recruiting class has been decimated. And they need somebody to just sort of hold the fort down at this point. Nobody else is actually interested. It's become clear in making State College their destination.
Chris, only have about a minute and a half here, but any regret at all that you let go James Franklin seeing where you are now, or is it no, this needed to happen still?
It's oddly very similar, Jenks, to the line of thinking that Steelers fans have about Mike Tomlin. It reached its expiration date. You were never going to, you had plateaued. You were never going to reach, you're never going to get up that final summit to the peak of Everest. It just wasn't going to happen with James Franklin. So despite the fact that he's gone off to Virginia Tech and taken most of the recruiting class with him, I don't think there's a lot of Penn State fans that go, oh, shucks, we should have just kept Jimmy Franklin around and gone 10-2 every year and lost to Ohio State every year. No, I think a lot of Penn State fans look at it as, it sucks we're at where we are, but we're okay with the fact that we walked away from James Franklin.
Old Jimmy Franklin, what a run he had there at Penn State.
Great run, guys, if you like 10-2.
Check him out as host of the Capolia Mac podcast, also on X at the Chris Mack, the one and only Chris Mack. Chris, we always love hearing from you. Great to come. I love when you come in hot. That's my favorite part of it.
Thanks, guys. It's always fun to be on with you and to somehow annoy Chelsea.
Yes.
You're very good at that.
You're welcome.
Well, I think, he probably nailed the way most Penn State fans feel, which is, look, maybe this coaching search hasn't gone the way we planned, but at the end of the day, we had to make a move. So at some point, they're going to get their guy, but they got to do it shortly because, man, he's right about that recruiting class. Double D was talking about that. It has been brutal. Coming up next on the show, back in the 70s, the Steelers and Cowboys were fierce rivals, but we got to focus on the now, man. Dallas and Detroit tonight on Thursday Night Football. We will chat with Zach Wolchuk from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Always appreciate you being with us. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Cowboys are on the outside looking in when it comes to making the playoffs, but could they get a huge win tonight and make a run, starting with a win in Motown? Chelsea, you were getting fired up in the last segment, hearing about Chris Mack and the principle that, we're tired of these 500 seasons. We're tired of making the playoffs but not winning a playoff game. And you're saying, yeah, come to Nashville for a while and you might feel differently.
Yeah, because we said this about Mike Vrabel and said, well, he's reached his peak here. And then we have a season where I don't know if you've been counting the Titans' wins this season. They have won. One.
That's why.
So,
nothing to count.
I'm here to say, you know, that little more you know, the more you know, like a rainbow stripe, it does get worse. It only gets worse. So I'm just here to represent that side of the equation, that it can always get worse.
There's nothing to count. Okay, let's count. One. Okay, done.
End.
There you go. The end. Oh, I know. I mean, it can always be worse. That's actually a very good perspective. And it can always get better. We've seen that with the Cowboys over the past 3 weeks. So what's going to happen tonight against the Lions? Let's find out and bring in Zach Wolchuk. He is a host of G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Zach, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. Always good to have you here on the show. Cowboys have won 3 straight victories over the Eagles and Chiefs during that time. So, yeah, it's a mini winning streak, but it's been an impressive one. What's been the difference?
Deadline. I mean, it's amazing. We were talking the whole time, like, one player isn't going to solve everything, but it wasn't really one player. I mean, Quinnen Williams obviously is huge, and it's a player that the Cowboys had their eye on. I mean, Jerry said, yeah, we talked to the Jets. We tried to trade them Micah and get Quinnen Williams back in a first-round pick. The Jets at the time didn't have the cap space to be able to do that because they still had Sauce. They hadn't traded Sauce Gardner yet to the Colts to free up some cap space. So, I mean, Quinnen's been incredible, but then you also get to Marvin Overshown back, who's a great linebacker. They were able to get Savone Rebel, their third-round pick at corner, back healthy. Kalen Carson, who was a draft pick they had a year ago at corner. You make the trade for Logan Wilson. So you were able to get a lot of pieces back, a lot of bodies on defense, which had really just been terrible. Like, their offense was one of the best in football, but their defense was one of the worst in football. So the whole conversation was, could you at least get the defense to be average? And really, since the trade deadline, they've been top 12 in the NFL. Some metrics, if you look at, they've been even better than that. But Quinnen Williams has been even better than I thought he would, not only on the field, but from a leadership void that they really didn't have on defense. So he's helped everybody from Osa Digizua to Kenny Clark to the linebackers now. They're just seeing everything better. And then the secondary's gotten healthy. So, you know, the defense is just that's really been the massive difference, but it starts with Quinnen Williams up front.
Okay, so what's the ceiling for this Cowboys team? Because I think a lot of us see the last 2 games, you're like, wow, they just knocked off the 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl last year. And I think we've all seen this offense, and you say, okay, you've got George Pickens, you've got CeeDee Lamb, you've got Dak putting up good numbers. So this offense feels like it can hang with just about anybody, and especially in a year in the NFL where it feels like, you know, the upside down is up, and there's all these teams contending that we did not expect. Is there a pathway for the Cowboys to make the playoffs and play spoiler?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that I'm going to say this right now, but the ceiling, guys, the ceiling realistically could be the NFC Championship. I mean, you look across the NFC, and you're so right. Who's the juggernaut? I mean, who's the team that steers you? I thought it was the Rams. The Rams just lost to Carolina. Like, anybody can beat anybody in the NFL from week to week. And with how good this offense is, how are you going to defend CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens? And, then there's Jake Ferguson. And, now they can actually run the football. and Javonte Williams. The problem with a lot of these Cowboy teams is the offense would be great, but the defense was not good. Or, they get into a game against San Francisco and they lose 19-12 because the offense couldn't do anything and the defense was – so they've never had their peanut butter and jelly together at the same time, right? This year's team, with how they're playing at the line of scrimmage now, they've got that. They can finally stop the run on the defensive line. They're finally winning the battle in the trenches. And their offensive line, who was banged up and rotating bodies the first half of the season, now in stress continuity, right? That's always the thing in football. The continuity with the offensive line, they're getting that. When you've got Tyler Smith at left guard, Cooper Beebe at center, Tyler Booker, the rookie at right guard, who is getting better every week, and then their tackles are average right now, right? If there's a weakness, it's tackle, but they can bully people in the middle of that offensive line. So they could beat anybody. And you get into the playoffs, this is a team where, it's kind of crazy to say because they've been the butt of the joke at times when it comes to postseason football, and Dak's, got a lot to prove in that area. But they really are now built to be able to beat anybody. And I think the ceiling would be you're able to go on a magic carpet ride, and it would be an incredible story, and that's what we love about sports. This team legitimately has the pieces now to go on a run to the Super Bowl.
We are talking with Zach Wolchuk. He is host of G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. So I'm curious about what you think about this theory. I do a podcast with Fred Smoot, who went to Mississippi State, and so he knows Dak very well because obviously Dak is a Bulldog as well. And Smoot was saying that during the offseason, he was talking with Dak, and they were together in Starkville, and they were going to go out to eat, and Dak was like, no, I can't. I want to diet. And you can tell he's definitely slimmed down. Like he is skinnier than he's been in previous years. How much has that helped him this year?
That's a great question, because he is. I mean, every year at camp, you can tell like Dak's in great shape, but he is so much leaner this year. I think it's had to help his mobility a ton. I mean, he definitely has run the football better. You saw the touchdown run that he was able to have in that Philadelphia game, where I think it was he was able to scramble to his left side. Jake Ferguson gets a great block. He's moving around the pocket. I think that's been the biggest thing, is the pocket awareness for Dak. Under pressure, I mean, he's been the best third down quarterback in football this year. He's been the best 2-minute quarterback in football this year, with the Cowboys being able to score at the highest rate in the final 2 minutes going into half, and in the final 2 minutes at the end of games as well. His ability to slide and to avoid pressure and to extend plays has really taken that next level. And going into year 10, I mean, I think that we've probably all at some point had our doubts about Dak. I mean, I know I have. I mean, I've had those questions of like, is he the guy? He's had opportunities in the playoffs. At some point for a quarterback, you expect you get the ball at the end of regulation, go on that drive that's going to build your narrative, go write your story. And Dak hasn't been able to do that. But this year's version of Dak is without question the best we've seen of him. Go ahead and blitz it. He's tearing teams up. And physically, yeah, he is. That's had to had a big step into it, because the way that he's moving around now, but also I think mentally, I think he's just in a tremendous spot mentally right now. He understands the offense, and I think Brian Schottenheimer's had a lot to do with that too. I think that he's designed some stuff that has helped Dak, where Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett before him offensively just weren't doing that. So I do think him slimming down has had a lot to do with it. But also just mentally, he is in total command right now.
And speaking of offense, odds makers are certainly expecting a lot of it tonight, as the total is set at 54.5 between the Lions and the Cowboys. And I think this is going to be a popular question for people who play fantasy, for people who play props. Who is the receiver you target? Is it George Pickens, who's come on very strong down the stretch? Or is it CeeDee Lamb? Or is it both?
Yeah, I think you're probably going to be good with both because of how banged up Detroit is now. I mean, with Terry and Arnold going on IR, I would go, if I had to pick one for tonight, I would go with George Pickens, right? Like George Pickens is in a contract year. And how many times do we see this where you have a player that, he breaks out in his contract season. He's looking for the bag. He wants a deal north of $30 million. And we'll see what his future is in Dallas. But I think what I like about him tonight is, you're going up against two corners in Detroit that are the size discrepancy. Like you got a 5'9" Amik Robertson. You got another corner who, maybe 5'11". George Pickens with the size advantage, just throw it up to him. And his catch radius has been unbelievable. Some of the catches he's been able to make. And him and Dak are on the same page. The slant's been unguardable. CD had to have that bounce back game on Thanksgiving after a disaster against the Eagles. I don't know what's going on with him against Filthy this year. But he's got 7 drops combined in both those games. There's something up there. But I think if I had to leave one away, it'd be Pickens. But I think both are very good options for you when it comes to daily fantasy. And that over-under I think is a little high just because I don't know what to expect from the Lions offense. If Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't play, they're going to have to be able to run the ball. And Jahmyr Gibbs is an absolute superstar, but the Cowboys have done an excellent job of stopping the run the last 3 weeks. This will be a great test for them, especially if Jadeveon Clowney does not play. He's going to be a game-time decision. They're going to work him out pregame. He's questionable going in. He played against Kansas City. I'm doubtful that he's going to be able to go. So then who slides in and replaces Clowney? You got Sam Fowler. You don't have a lot of guys that are very good against the run. Clowney's been sensational in that regard.
Zach, what is the case for the Cowboys winning outright tonight?
I would take the +3. We had on Jeff Rieger from 97.1 The Ticket yesterday on our show just to kind of get the Lions' perspective, and he was stunned that the Lions were favored. He didn't think they should have been favored against the Packers. And again, it comes back to health. Like if this was a healthy Lions team at home, they beat the brakes off the Cowboys last year. It's a different story. I am, for people that are listening, it's like, oh my God, this guy, this home, but it's a different Cowboys team right now with how they're playing, as I mentioned, at the line of scrimmage, and with the injuries the Lions are dealing with. The Cowboys don't have an excuse. If they lose this game and their season is really on the line for both of these teams, the desperate team theory plays, the Cowboys should cover this. The +3, take the Cowboys on the money line, whatever it is. But the Cowboys absolutely, that should be the lock of the week, in my opinion. If they don't go to Detroit tonight and win, there's a lot of issues and all of this goodwill that they've brought up the last 3 weeks. Now we're back to square one, and it's like, gosh, dang it, what is going on with this team?
Okay, so we've pumped up the Cowboys a lot, and for good reason. They've had a good stretch. But what's the sabotage factor for the Cowboys tonight? Because there has to be at least one, right?
No, for sure. The sabotage factor would be Jahmyr Gibbs runs all over them. They are still a team that is inept at covering the flat. I don't know what it is, but they give up chunks when you just dump it down. I don't know what Jalen Hurts was thinking. Just check the ball down to Saquon Barkley. And teams, when you watch the Cowboys film, and tonight that's a scare. Like Jared Goff, I know the splits are night and day when he's under pressure, but if he wants to just check it down to Montgomery or Gibbs in the flat, the Cowboys have really not had an ability to cover that area of the field. And oftentimes, Kenneth Murray's not the best linebacker in the world. And you watched him play in Tennessee there. So I think you could probably relate. He's not going to be able to get out there. DeMarvin Overshown's a little bit different. But that's definitely a weakness on this defense. And then it's just self-inflicted wounds. Their red zone offense has not been good. If you're settling for field goals instead of touchdowns, that can come back to haunt you. The penalties, they're a team that certainly that can be an issue. You got Sean Hockley, I think, who's going to ref this one. 3 years ago, we saw Sean Hockley have a ref party on Thanksgiving against the Raiders, and the Cowboys lost that football game. So penalties, bad red zone offense, lack of execution, and then turnovers. Dak has proven throughout his career he is good to put up a stinker every once in a while. And while I am absolutely crotch-first confidence in what this offense is doing right now, all of a sudden you start fumble farting around and you throw an interception or 3, that's definitely how you can self-sabotage and lose a game that you should win on the road.
You can check him out as host of G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. It is our friend, Zach Wolchuk. Zach, always appreciate the time. Great stuff this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Have a great one.
You too. Gonna be jacked for tonight's game. I think it's going to be a really good game, regardless of whether you're on Lions or Cowboys. You don't always get a good matchup on Thursday night. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, at least we're hoping, right? Like one would expect that at least we get some points scored. Maybe it's not 55, but at least we'll see maybe some explosive plays. Like with all the playmakers, with Jahmyr Gibbs, with CeeDee Lamb, with George Pickens, it should be exciting at least.
I hope so. I'm ready for more football. One of my favorite times of year. Is the Donkster my favorite segment of the show? No. But he's here. We got our best bets coming up. We're going to finish strong here on this Thursday. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip. This is the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, Best Bets, Donkster. I'm already working on tomorrow's show. That's already for the weekend I am. I'm working ahead. I'm handicapping. I'm looking for championship weekend bets, winners. Oh, I'm so excited. What are you doing today? What's going on in the Messenger Buchanan household? I'd like to get my daily updates. Is Blake working on her swing off-season work so she can improve upon her strong end of the season?
Well, it's like 28 degrees out. So, no, we're not spending time in the yard. The weather's been terrible lately. Like, I understand it's December and, like, obviously it's winter and it comes every year. But, like, it's still not fun. Like, it's depression season here in Tennessee. But today I'll probably take a nap and probably do more things to prepare for Blake's birthday party this weekend because that's a big event in our household. And I have a lot to do, James.
What's the plan? Big birthday party, right?
She's doing it at one of these gymnastics places where you can rent out the facility and they can run around on the trampolines and the ball pit. So it's going to be a fun time and hopefully everything goes smoothly.
Oh, you're not going to make her vault and be like, you call that a landing? This is your birthday. I need you to stick it. I'm looking for a 10. We got the games coming up here in a couple years and I need you on it.
I don't think they let them use the vault. Like, I don't think the 5 and 6 year olds
probably good.
Are allowed to have like free reign of like the normal balance beam and the vault because there are some things you can get hurt in. Like, if I were to choose a sport for Blake, which she is very tall, so like I don't think gymnastics is ever going to be like a thing for her. But like gymnastics, there are some gnarly injuries in gymnastics where you hear like spinal cord injuries, neck injuries, and you see them flipping around. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a dangerous sport.
You know what's crazy? And I know that's a summer Olympic sport. The Winter Olympics are going to be here soon. Like, you're already seeing the promotion on NBC. What is the start date? February 6th, the Winter Olympics start, which is wild to me. I love that they stagger the Olympics now because remember they used to be many moons ago in the same year, and now they stagger it where every 2 years you get an Olympic Games, which I love because I love the Olympics. But that's going to be here in a couple months.
The Winter Olympics, though? Yeah. Like, what do you get the most excited for? I used to like figure skating. Remember when that used to be a big deal? When like the Americans like had all these like big name skaters? I don't know. Like, the Winter Olympics doesn't really get me going that much.
Really? I love the Winter Olympics. Like the snow skiing is interesting, ski jumping, cross-country skiing, curling, and then you have the figure skating, which I think can be fascinating to watch as well because it's such a precise skill. I don't know. I love the Winter Olympics. It's going to be in Italy this year. I think I love the scenery too, more so than like I love the snow and the cold, not necessarily being outside in it, but there's something about it, I don't know, that brings me joy. And so I've snow skied enough in my time, haven't done it in forever, where I kind of appreciate it and really just took to it pretty quickly because I grew up water skiing. Not the same, but the balance, I guess, dynamics are sort of similar. I don't know. I love the Winter Olympics.
Well, I just like, I can't name a single athlete. Like, maybe it's a PR problem. Because, like, think about the Summer Olympics and, like, how much PR goes into, like, the gymnasts and Simone Biles and even, like, Noah Lyles and, like, some of the track athletes to the point where, like, Lindsey Vonn doesn't do it anymore, right? Like, she's not skiing these days. Is hockey an Olympic sport? Maybe that's where you can say, okay, that would be really exciting.
Oh, absolutely. No question. So who was I excited to see 2 years ago? Oh, Lindsay Jacobellis, the snowboarder, because she was one of the best snowboarders of all time. And then she had that. It was such an awesome story where a few years ago, she tried to do that trick at the end of her run and fell and then didn't medal. And it's the only thing she had not accomplished in her entire career. Like she's won 1 billion X Games titles and world championships. But then in the last Olympics, like out of nowhere, she won like 2 gold medals and kind of completed that story. So I thought that was really cool. I don't know. I guess I'm being an Olympic nerd right now. They'll probably just throw Snoop Dogg everywhere in Italy again.
Oh, I think I've already seen the promos for him. But like as far
God.
as like the athletes go, is it like we need like some type of press tour? Like, I don't know, get them on like Watch What Happens Live or something. Or get them a box at an NFL game. Because, or you could do something with the NBA. Because like the Olympics is still on NBC, correct? Is that just for all eternity? They always have the Olympics.
I can tell you as someone who worked at NBC for a long time, it is the event. Like when they purchased the rights to the Olympics, they overpaid by like $500 million or something crazy, or 200 million. It was a stupid number because it's so closely aligned with their brand that they never want to risk losing that, which I understand. Once you become synonymous with the brand, and what better brand to be associated with than the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, the Summer Olympics, and NBC. So it's very much a part of what they do. And so, yeah, I don't see that changing anytime soon when those rights come up.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't think I've ever watched the Olympics on any other network. And it feels like the only sport that's been the case, because with the other sports, we've seen it change hands where even though like Fox and CBS have always had NFL games, like it's, vacillate a little bit, because it used to be like Fox was the NFC and they'd always have like the Cowboys and the Packers in those games. And then CBS was the AFC. But now like those lines aren't drawn anymore. But like the Olympics feels very much like that and NBC are like two synonymous things.
Yes. And now Snoop Dogg, a part of that equation. Who would have ever thought that was going to happen? All right, let's dig in and hand out some winners. All right, Chelsea. Nothing but dubs. Let's have a perfect night. What do you got?
All right, best bet of the night is projecting some upside for a Lions receiver. Gonna go with Isaac Tesla to go over 2.5 receptions tonight. A little juicy at -155, but I think he's gonna see a bigger target share tonight, especially if Amon-Ra St. Brown does not play, which he is questionable in this game. So the Lions are banged up. They already don't have Sam Laporta. And plus, they're going to have to sling it this game. Total of 54.5 indoors going against the Cowboys offense. So I think that we see a bigger target share here. And plus, Tesla had a more involvement in the offense last week, had a 92% snap count with the offense, had 2 catches for 35 yards and a touchdown. And plus, he's a reliable end zone target. He only has 6 catches this year, but 3 of them are touchdowns. So with all those injuries to the receiving core and somebody who is a physical mismatch for a defense that already is not very good, because here's the thing, from the jump, you should be playing somebody from the Lions receiving core simply because the Cowboys are giving up the most fantasy points to opposing wide receivers. So I'm going to go with a low number for somebody who I think has a high upside in this game. Let's go Isaac Tesla over 2.5 catches.
All right, I'm going to go George Pickens over 75 receiving yards. It is -155. If you want to reduce the juice and go to a more accurate number, you can find it over 77 and a hook. George Pickens has been an animal this season for the Cowboys. What a pickup he has been. And you can throw on the Lions secondary. Lions secondary ranked 17th in the NFL. It's like Chris Mack was saying in the previous segment, this is a contract year for George Pickens. So it's not a coincidence that he's balling out. Dak Prescott has been awesome this season. And also, when you look at the trends here, George Pickens has hit this number in 7 straight games, including 8 of his last 9. Again, you can throw on Detroit, and George Pickens hasn't just been getting this number against bad defenses. He's done it against the Chiefs, and he's done it against the Broncos as well. I think we see a lower scoring game tonight, but it doesn't matter to me. Pickens is going to get his over 75 yards -155.
Yeah, I think you should clarify 75 plus. So if it lands 75, you have a winner.
Yes,
I don't know
correct.
if you can find a 77.5, definitely take that. But the lowest number I can find as far as, his normal over under is 81.5. I'm going to hit that for -115 over at BetMGM, best number I could find. a lot of the same handicap for me. Like, you look at the numbers for George Pickens, and for a while you were getting a bargain because he would have lower props than CeeDee Lamb. Now it's not really the case, but you look at the numbers, and he's almost usurped CeeDee Lamb in production. 88, 146, 144, 79, and 78 in his last 5 games. So I think it's a solid play. And the Cowboys are going to have to sling it if they want to keep up with an explosive Lions offense. So I think George Pickens is a very solid play. I'll go over 81.5.
All right. Well, good luck, Chelsea. Let's get some dubs tonight. Guess who's here? Back, and I was going to say better than ever. Let's just say that he's back. It is the Donkster. All right, Donkster, get on in here. What's going on?
Oh my God, you guys, I'm not coming back. This wildfire is crazy.
What?
I said I'm not coming back.
Is this a Serena Williams bit? When did you ever leave anything?
Dad, do you know how many times I've snuck away in the middle of the night leaving someone else's barn? Well, I'm not coming back.
No. Well, that makes sense. Do you have a bet?
Yes, Lakers at the Raptors.
Do you have a side?
Raptors minus 2.5 in Toronto.
Okay, good job. Look nice and cozy there. Got the fire, little pillow in the chair. Donkster's upgrading. Makes me want to sit in front of the fire. Oh, we're close to it. The weekend's almost here.
Yeah, we got the Donkster Yule log. So in case you get tired of the normal Yule log on YouTube, you can purchase the Donksters version. We need to find a way to put that on YouTube.
Yeah, but instead of like the crackling fire, you just get hee-haws the entire time. And you're like, all right, I can listen to this for about 10 seconds. Then I'm going to change the channel. Don't you change that channel because Bet Sweats is coming up next. That is going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's been a great Thursday. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck on all of your bets and hope you have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Got a banger for Thursday night football. Dallas, Detroit, a playoff spot on the line. I think some people overreacting, saying, oh, whoever loses are going to be out of the playoff. I don't know that we're there. We still have a lot of football left to go, but it is going to be a massive matchup. Should be pretty entertaining. We'll get to that coming up in about 20 minutes. Our buddy Shane Irving will drop by to discuss that game as well. The always entertaining Shane Irving. We'll talk about our conference championship game plays, our favorite bets when it comes to college football this weekend. Kelly in Vegas also with her college football play. So a lot of college / NFL today. Sam, how you feeling, man?
Made a bet yesterday. May have been alcohol driven, but I made a bet on a team to win the national championship. Would you like to guess who it is?
Yes. Without looking at the numbers, I'm just going to say Texas Tech.
It is 12-1. I bet 'em.
Is it?
I got there. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the board yesterday. I'm on this 4-hour train from Boston to New York, and I'm trying to find some wiggle. And you look at Ohio State plus 180. Nah.
Mm-mm.
Indiana 4-1. Nah. Get down the board though. See Texas Tech 12-1. Yeah. Bet a couple hunch to win a lot more. I mean 12-1. Why not? Why not?
I don't mind that play at all. I mean, I was sitting here this morning like, yeah, this 12.5 now is not enough against BYU. So I'm in full agreement with you, and we'll get into that matchup as well. But did any of it have to do with potential path? I mean, the committee says you can't really change your spot. You're not going to have much downside if you end up losing in conference championship weekend. They get into a bye spot in the most recent reveal, which was something new for them. So you would think, based on their own words, we'll see about their actions, that they're saying that Texas Tech has a bye in the first round of the playoff.
They're not losing to BYU. It's not happening. So, yeah, they're going to be the 4. Ideally, Alabama gets blown out by Georgia, and then, whoever wins the Big Ten game is the 1. Georgia moves up. Maybe Texas Tech is the 3, potentially. And then you don't have to face Oregon. Like, that's key. Because, there's a chance where Tech has to play Oregon in that, second bracket.
Yep.
I don't love that, but if Bama gets knocked out, Tech moves up, and now we're talking about playing Notre Dame or A&M. I just think offense and defense, coaching, that's a really good team, obviously. We know that. And they've covered. Yeah. That's the crazy thing. We talk about, good teams win, great teams cover. Texas Tech this year is 11-1 against the spread. So, yeah, I trust that team. Why not?
Once you get to the quarters, you're going to play good teams. That's just what it is. You're facing a team that took care of their first-round opponent at home. And, yeah, I mean, right now, the way that would line up, that would be Oregon. And you don't want to be on either side. It's going to suck, right? Like, we could say right now you don't want to be on the Ohio State side, but guess what? It's not easy on the other side. It's probably going to be a one Big Ten team and an SEC team that you would have to face. So you're going to have to take care of business. If you want to win this championship, you're going to have to earn it. There won't be any easy spots down the road like there were last year. That is one thing that changed. With those 3 and those 4 bye spots last year, I think it was pretty obvious to pick on those spots. And, we certainly did, because you didn't have the 3rd best team, the 4th best team during the regular season owning those positions. And that's how it's changed. And they need to make more changes if you truly want the 12 best teams. I don't know that we'll ever get there. But I like that bet. I certainly support it. Do you know what they were at the start of the season? I'm trying to rack my brain. I know we discussed it because we talked about them winning the Big 12, and they were the second favorite going into the season. It is 25-30. Is that too high, or were we there before the year started?
I think there was a 40.
That's what I was thinking.
Talked about in the summer, like, which roster is the most expensive in college football? Oh, Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Who spent the most money this past year getting the roster together? Texas Tech. And their defense is awesome. Now, some would say, well, the Big 12 is weak. Maybe. But their D is good. They have a quarterback who can make any throw. And they've got speed everywhere. So at this point in time, I'm invested. I need you to leap with me. 12-1. Texas Tech.
I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to.
You did guess it. You guessed it right away.
Because I like them. There's no doubt about that. That's the team that I didn't even look at the odds. Were you close with another team, or was it just this team stuck out like a sore thumb and you like the setup for them?
I thought about Oregon, honestly.
Okay.
But then just got to Tech. Things happen to a man on a 4-hour train when there's nothing to do. You just start making bets. I also, not going to lie, Joe, I bet more Buffalo at 12-1 to win the Super Bowl. So I'm just firing. I'm sitting on this train, just emptying the clip on the Bills and Texas Tech.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but individually, when we came up with our power rankings yesterday, each of us had Buffalo as the highest AFC team.
I had them second in the league. So, yeah. I'm there.
Yeah.
And
I had them fourth, but I had them
open.
highest AFC. Yeah.
It's wide open. Give me Josh Allen. Okay. I'm good.
Yep. That's what it came down to when I was ranking them. Can't quite decide. It's pretty close. Josh Allen versus Daniel Jones. Oh, well, that's an easy decision. Josh Allen versus CJ Stroud. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to be
Josh
much of a
Allen or
problem.
Bo Nix? Who you got?
Yeah, Bo Nix. That was the other one. Bo Nix or Josh Allen. Yeah, that's an awesome defense. Also, are they stopping Josh Allen? That's going to be the issue. Houston did it once. Are you going to do it again? Like everything was going against them. So, yeah, the Bills, I don't mind either of those positions, and they're around the same number. So certainly have my endorsement there. Speaking of the NFL, we'll get to tonight's game coming up in about 10, 12 minutes from right now. And that injury report could be huge. We'll see who's actually going to play. A ton of questionable, impactful players, especially on the Lions side. Chargers, Justin Herbert. They had he goes down as a DNP, whatever. They play Monday night, so it doesn't really matter about Wednesday's walkthrough. He did not participate, or whatever they want to say. He talks to the media. He's hiding the hand. He talked about how he got a plate and screws in there to stabilize the hand. And the intention is he's going to play. If it's not, they have to go to Trey Lance. They did mention that he could play if he doesn't practice all week. We're not going to know. Just knowing Harbaugh's history, we're not going to know a damn thing. And it wouldn't surprise me if we don't know until we're sitting here in these chairs on Monday.
I laid 2 yesterday. We discussed this. Where does it go? Where does it end? And already we see a handful of 3s. So Chris has a 3. Westgate has a 3. BetMGM is now 3 minus 102, a cheap 3, which I would advise. If you're going to bet Philly Monday and you know that, why don't you just bet it now? If they rule Herbert out, we're going to 4. I mean, we're already kind of halfway there. Like the market is basically 50-50 on Herbert's status. So if it comes out Sunday or Monday that he's not going to play, we're going to 3.5, 4. So you can lay several 2.5s right now. Now they're getting expensive, minus 15, minus 120. But as we talked about this game yesterday, Philly 2, Philly 2.5, and now we're 2.5, 3. And if they rule him out, man, it's only going to get bigger. So I love Philly in this role too. You get them off the loss. They played Black Friday. The whole country watched it. But now you're in that role where you just got to win by 2 or 2.5. That's a good role for Philly. And I do think they're going to be a lot better. The one thing about the Chargers, their O-line is just shot right now. Just shot. And if you go back and watch that Bears-Eagles game, Philly got dominated, on the D-line, because the Bears just did whatever they wanted, just pushed them around. The Chargers aren't going to do that. And now you get Philly in that role where, you only got to win by 3. I think it's a really good bet Monday night. Philly minus 2, 2.5. If you can get that 2.5 right now at minus 115, I'd make that bet right now.
When Herbert was dealing with the hand injury, how they dominated that game and ran away from the Raiders was they just kept running the ball. Didn't matter who it is. But Patterson, let's keep on running the ball. Do you think that's going to happen to that Eagles defense again? I know it just happened with the Bears. I know it. 2 100-yard rushers. We all understand. Is it going to happen again to Vic Fangio's defense? I don't think so. What do the Eagles do? They put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. Vic Fangio knows if Herbert's out there. First off, if Herbert's out there, we like the bet. They're going to pressure the quarterback without an offensive line. If he's not out there, we love the bet, right? So that makes perfect sense to me. Get that while it's sub 3 if you can. I don't expect it to be here once we get to Monday. So I think that's a very solid wager. Right there with you. As far as other injuries throughout the league at quarterback, what about Jaden Daniels? He was limited. They've got the game against Minnesota. Again, we don't know. If I'm a Commandos fan, I'm thinking just play Mariota. He was fine this week. The game doesn't matter, but I'm not in the locker room. I'm not the head coach of that team, but I would not be forcing Jaden Daniels back early until he's 100%, because the reality is, for their outlook on the season, this game doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. What a horrible football game too to try and handicap. You're basically trying to gauge how good McCarthy / Brosmer is going to be, and then
Ugh.
Mariota. I do see, though, odds logic says 82% of the bets are on Washington. That's not where I want to be.
Nope.
No thanks.
Not interested in that one. Couple receivers, we'll see. Drake London, he did not practice for Atlanta yesterday. T. Higgins, they're saying that he's making progress in the concussion protocol for Cincinnati. We shall see there. Mike Evans, maybe he makes his return. We saw it at a couple different spots yesterday. The 21-day practice window opens for Mike Evans and Deshaun Watson for Cleveland. Please do it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Do it. I need that just so I can pay attention to Cleveland a little bit.
It's so wild because the depth chart coming into the season in Cleveland, Flacco's 1, Gabriel's 2, Shador is 3, Deshaun Watson is 10, give or take, right? Like the last thing they wanted to do was go to Deshaun Watson, and they may not have a choice here. That total came up a bit too. You see that? They bet it up to 34. You were saying yesterday, oh, we're 33 and a half. Little bit of steam on the over, out to 34. You know what else I saw yesterday? And your guy Spiegel was all over this yesterday. He's been trying to create this bet for a couple years now. Bears to sweep the Packers.
Yeah.
Circa put a market up on it. You get 7-1. So
yeah, they're a huge favorite this week.
Well, but if you make that bet, and I haven't done it yet, I've considered it. I'm also not in a Circa state in Mass or in New York, so I got to funnel money to you.
Don't make
you don't think. Bet. Well, here's why it's not a bad idea for a Bears person. The best part about the bet is that they go on the road, and if they do win that first game, you could free roll the bet. Like if you make that 7-1 bet and they pull the upset, now you can just bet Green Bay in a pick'em game in game 2, and you can win no matter what. You're saying no go? You're not in on Bears sweep?
What you just said there, though, I want to circle back.
A lot of ifs.
Bears. Bears fans. You know Bears fans. You think they're going to free roll that? You think they're going to take the other side? If they win in Lambeau, 2 weeks later, let's say they're still the 1 seed, right, in the NFC. All is right with the world. Franchise coach, franchise quarterback, franchise defense and turning the ball over. We got it all going, right? I don't want to hear about your luck factor. Suck it. You think they're free rolling? You think they're taking the Packers at Soldier Field for a chance to sweep after you make that bet? You won the hard game. There's no way. You know Bears fans. Come on. Super Bowl.
Suck it, Moon. But mathematically speaking, if you make that bet at 7-1 and they pull the upset, now we're talking about a pick'em game in the second game. And if you have that $100 bet to win $700, now you got $700 to play with, and you could bet $200 on Green Bay money line game 2, and you win no matter what. That's sort of where I'm at. It's a math thing for me. It's not a hard thing.
They gave a very fair number. I'll say that about Circa.
Yeah.
Especially, okay, you post that in Illinois, you know Bears fans are going to take the yes. If you post 5-1, they're going to bet the yes. So I will give it to them there. They did give them a fair number there. We'll talk about these outlandish numbers for Thursday Night Football. Have you seen the total? We'll talk about it. Cowboys Lions tonight. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A lot happening on the show today. Oh, by the way, out of nowhere, yesterday, all sorts of rumors about Giannis, where he's going to be going. Once you start those conversations and it goes public, you're having those chats in the middle of the season, we know where that road is going to lead. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when and where Giannis will be playing maybe the rest of his career. At least that's what his next landing spot will be. We'll be talking about that throughout the show as well. Dallas, Detroit for Thursday Night Football. It is week 14. I want to say it's already week 14, but man, it's been a slog. It feels like it's been a slog. I'm ready. Let's get close. We're right there with the college football playoff. We've got one more week, and then we're going to have our final bracket. We were just discussing that and why Sam likes Texas Tech, and I'm right there with them. Feels like we got a long way to go still in the NFL, but people want to act like this is it. This is going to decide the playoffs. We'll see. It might, but it is a massive game. Dallas, Detroit. Both of them played on Thanksgiving, so they do have a full week. It's not one of these Thursday situations where it's a short week, quick turnaround. That is not the case for either of them since they go from Thursday to Thursday. The Lions are a 3-point home favorite. With these two offenses, you better believe that it is a high total, 54 and a half. 54 in the hook is the number. On the Dallas side, the offense has been phenomenal all season long. No changes there. Things have changed on the defensive side. For Detroit, it's been very up and down for this team. And right now, the injury front is straight up ugly, man. It is. Amon-Ra St. Brown, injured on Thanksgiving. We don't know if he's going to go. He is listed as questionable. Laporta still out. Their other tight end, Brock Wright, is out. They're down to their third tight end. And Sam, the offensive line is in bad shapes. And this is a defense that has been injured all year. Like there were guys that they were waiting on to return, just haven't returned, and more injuries have piled up. And then you look at this offensive line, Decker, the left tackle, questionable. Glasgow, the center, questionable. The right tackle, Penei Sewell, also listed as questionable. So I understand why this number is 54 and a half, but you might be without your number one receiver and 3 starting offensive linemen on Detroit.
Not going to overthink it. Going to bet Dallas +3. Just take the points. I don't see why that's a stupid bet. Their defense is healthy / formidable. You know, getting Quinnen Williams up front changes a lot of things. And I know they haven't, faced the toughest schedule last couple of games, but you watch that game on Thanksgiving, Kansas City can't move the ball, right? Kansas City can't run the ball. I like Dallas in the game. I'm going to bet the 3. I don't know why I'm waiting, honestly. Haven't pulled the trigger yet, but at +3, -110, that's a bet for me. It just is.
Yeah. So I was thinking a lot about this Quinnen Williams addition over the last 3 games. And you're right. They haven't lost with Quinnen Williams. They went from being in the basement to now I don't know if it's a good defense, but it's not an embarrassment, right? Like there are some things, it's a small sample, but there are some things when you look at with Quinnen Williams, like, whoa, that's big. He's had 5 pressures, at least 5 in all 3 of the games that he's played. And then you look at, they were hanging around Cincinnati. Don't forget that. When we're playing September, October, this defense was near the Bengals. That's how bad they were. And now it's like, whoa, okay. EPA per rush, they're top 10 since adding Quinnen Williams with a few games. I talked about the pressures. Amazing stat that I saw earlier this morning. When Quinnen Williams is on the field for the Cowboys, their defense has the number 1 pressure rate in the NFL. Number 1. 3 games, but when he's on the field, they're number 1. When Quinnen Williams is off the field, they're last in the NFL. Like he truly changes everything. Is he going to do it again? And it looks like he's going to be going up against a beat-up offensive line. If all the starters are out there, they're not going to be 100%. And there's also a chance where he's facing off against backups. I don't know. We're probably going to find that out for sure 90 minutes before the game, but I understand why you're there on the Cowboys. You have the great offense, and now the defense is respectable. I think that's a good way to put it. It's a respectable defense. Here's one reason. I figured you'd be on Dallas. The only thing that had me thinking maybe he won't be on Dallas. Did you see the look ahead last week?
5.5?
Six.
Okay.
6. That's a move. But like we're going over reasons why it moved. Sometimes you have overreaction, and in this situation, basically we're saying maybe it's not overreaction. And I'll give you another reason that will support your Dallas. I'm not even on the Cowboys, I'll be honest with you. But something else that I saw, I'm like, oh, that's another reason to back the Cowboys. This Lions defense plays the highest rate of man coverage in the league. Dak destroys man. Dak and Lamb and Ferguson and Pickens, they destroy it. The only pushback I would say is it's your Lions off a loss spot. It's Goff, it's Campbell off a loss. But I keep thinking back to some of the bad spots where Goff has looked bad over the years, including this season. Pressure. If Quinnen Williams is creating pressure, if he's freeing other guys up on that defensive line and they're getting to that quarterback like they had the last few games with him, it could be a bad night for Mr. Goff with a hobbled offensive line, certainly compromised, and without his number one receiver, we think. And then your number one option on the outside is now Jameson Williams.
So I'm logged in right now to BetMGM. I have Dallas money line, and I'm trying to figure out which receiver to buckle that with. The books are not stupid. They know you're going to bet this, so they've got Lamb right now plus 110 anytime. Pickens plus 120. So they're all over it. They're aware that you're going to bet it. But, a CeeDee Lamb and a Cowboy money line combo is plus 270. I don't think that's a bad bet. But understand that Vegas isn't stupid. BetMGM isn't stupid. They see the total, 54.5, and they know you're going to bet touchdowns. So you're not getting a bargain on CeeDee Lamb or George Pickens anytime. You're just not. But if you combine it with, say, Dallas money line, we can kind of kick that thing up price-wise.
I mentioned Goff Campbell off a loss, 22-9 against the spread. They've won 14 in a row coming off a loss, and that is the case right here. That defense looked ugly, giving up 31 points against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. When we were talking to Nate Collins and this game was brought up, like you see the former player in him come out. Like it's right there for you. Like he's so disgusted, and many players are, with the fourth down stuff. When you fail and you go again, and you fail and you go again, and you fail. Last 3 games, the Lions are 0 for 7 on fourth down. I want to say, well, that's not going to continue. We've seen them convert at a much higher rate, but the situation changes. Dan Campbell's calling plays, not Ben Johnson. I don't know that there's going to be them going back to form. Not quite sure. 0 for 7. Last 3 games on fourth down. Ugly. Do you think the loser of this game misses the playoffs?
Yes. This is a play-in game for me. Whoever wins has a great chance. Whoever loses is dead. You can't lose to the Cowboys. If you're Detroit right now and you're 7-5 and you lose at home, it's over.
You lose, you're 7-6. You are tied with Carolina for the 10 seed. And then you've got Dallas moving up. So Dallas jumps you. Now they're up to the 8. Good spot. It's 7-5-1. They're one spot out. The problem is hey, San Francisco, you're going to lose some games. Who's going to lose some games? That's going to be brutal, man. You look at the wild card spots in the NFC right now, Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco. Doesn't mean that's going to be the case. It might end up being Chicago instead of Green Bay in the wild card spot, but that's brutal. Man, Cowboys have an outside chance of catching the Eagles. Maybe the Eagles end up being in a wild card spot. But yeah, I think I said maybe people are going to be overreacting that there's a lot of time left, but you're right. Just given the standings and where they are, and San Francisco has the last wild card spot at the moment with a 9-4 record, you're probably right. Loser leaves town.
If you look at the Bears' schedule, they're 9-3 right now. Great. Awesome. They could lose 4 out of 5 down the stretch. They could.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay, at San Fran, home against Detroit. Final game of the season. Now, you're probably going to beat Cleveland, especially if it's Watson or if it's Shador or Tim Couch or Kelly Holcomb or whoever the hell they're going to roll out there at quarterback, right? But look, there's a world where they could lose 4 or 5, and then they're 10-7. Is that good enough? Probably, but there's a world where it's not. If you're looking for a team to fall, like if the Bears get blown out by the Packers, and the line says not great because Green Bay is almost a touchdown favorite. You lose that game, then the doubt starts to creep in. And at 10-7 in the NFC, I don't know if that's good enough. I don't. Like, we've seen some 10-win teams miss the playoffs. Maybe 10-7 is not good enough. Maybe you got to win 11 in the NFC this year.
Wow. Tough deal. I would think that Gibbs is going to be involved heavily in the passing game. I want to see if the room is there. I could see the room getting there, but you also start to take a look at these prop numbers. They know, Sam. They know. Receptions for Gibbs, 4.5, juiced to -155 to the over. That's the best price that you can find. -155 over 4.5. Receiving yards is up there as well, 34.5. That is juice. So then you got to, if you don't want to deal with all that juice, got to go up to 36.5, 37.5, 39.5 at the Green Book. So I think Goff, if the Cowboys are getting pressure, he's going to be looking for Gibbs like somewhere. And, the tight end, we're down to tight end number 3 for him. So it could be a rough night for Goff. Paul, what do you have on this one?
So it kind of lines up with everything you guys have said, right? All the weapons that are hurt in the passing game, banged up offensive line. If Detroit wins, how do they do it? On the ground. Don't they do what the Bears just did to the Eagles? Like, you got to take that approach. Like, that's what I'm looking at. Like, I know you mentioned Gibbs. I'm thinking, now look, the Cowboys have been a lot better against the run in the last 3 weeks, last month. But I think if I'm Dan Campbell, it's feed these running backs. I'm like heavy dose of Montgomery, Gibbs as well, and you just keep coming at them on the ground. Especially
Get it
like,
moving
that's
forward.
your game plan.
Get the O-line moving forward, give them some confidence.
Yes.
Let's get on the board here.
Yeah. Like you don't like want to have to back up against Quinn Williams and all these other guys in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. Like just run the ball and try and run it down their throats at home. That's again, if there's Detroit is a 3-point favorite. If they're going to win, I think that's how you do it. And that could also point to the under. Like, I don't want to take the under in this game, but I'm good. But I think, again, I want to see where the room is at too, but I'm thinking running back props for Detroit.
The room will decide a lot for sure. How about Montgomery to score -110?
Sure. I'm thinking, so this is actually where I started. I'm thinking Montgomery game. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes. Yeah. I can see it. Campbell's been talking about this for weeks. How much usage did he get this past Thursday?
It was 8 carries for 32 and a touchdown. I mean, they definitely gave it to him inside the 5.
Dude, he keeps talking about it, and he's not following through once they get into the game. Now, some of that has been game script, right? They were trailing against the Giants pretty much all game, as ridiculous as that sounds. They're trailing against the Packers throughout, and then they couldn't really get to it. But yeah, he didn't do anything in that Giants game, right?
It's 5 for 18. Nah. Eagles 6 for 27. Yeah. He's fresh.
Give you that. Yeah. Some point
Montgomery Moon tonight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, Here's where I'll get talked off it when the room comes Montgomery over.
Yeah.
Then I'm out.
The room is not
But-
doing that.
The room's
Okay,
going to do
yeah,
Montgomery
that was-
receiving yards or receptions.
Mm-hmm.
Over 2.5 catches.
Yeah.
Minus 180.
Yep. I know. Who's the tight end tonight for the Lions? I saw people mentioning that. Like, that's the play.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be room for sure.
Ross Dwelly.
Yeah. He got a target in the red zone last week. I will say that.
Right.
He definitely did.
Bite me. No
Right.
chance.
That's who the WGR guys are going to tell me. Ross Dwelly. All right. More coming up on the NFL. Joe O, Sammy P. This is BetSweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one.
I'll do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
We know most of you are done with Survivor. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it because we're not talking to a lot of people. I have a couple of slots open. I know some others that do. Paul, unfortunately, was knocked out with his last spot with Philadelphia on Friday. I'll say this about Survivor. Like, even if I lose all my spots, I find it very fascinating how gamblers operate. And when you have $18 million on the line, like what happens in Circa, I'll be tracking that to the end, even if I'm out in all mine. We're down to 45 spots in that one. And Sam, it's a to Tampa or not to Tampa week. That's the conversation. And we could talk about that game in general, whether or not you see an upset, but that's what's going on. And we're heading in the final stretch of the regular season. And I think most people, they're going to have them available. In Circa, 84% have them available. In the pools that I'm in, almost everybody has them available. Do you want to go with everybody else, or do you want to try and scoop this damn thing? And after what we saw with the carnage and Thanksgiving, I don't know. You got to make winning moves. And going with a lot of other people on Tampa Bay is not a winning move as far as I'm concerned. Pool Genius, they're projecting at circa 44% will be on Tampa. Second most of their projection, Cleveland, 12%. And in their standard pools, they said it's going to be over 50%. Tampa Bay, they have it at 51%. And Cleveland as the second most popular play, which I could not, if I got this far, I couldn't do Browns. Like, you might have to. Some of these revivals I'm in, now we're getting to double pick weeks. Mine that I run at Splash, the reload one, now we're in a double pick week, and they're double picks the rest of the way since it started late. But yeah, I'm not interested in backing Shador with my Survivor life. But I also would avoid Tampa Bay. Would you avoid Tampa Bay, knowing that it will be by far the most popular pick?
I'd be shipping Packers, honestly. We hinted at it on Tuesday. We did our early preview. What's the projected inventory on Green Bay? You gave the numbers on Tampa and who was the other team? You said Cleveland? What's the projected
second.
Green Bay number?
They didn't crack the top 5.
Come on. They're going to kill the Bears. We all know it.
They put in their standard pools, they go Tampa Bay, Cleveland, Denver at 7% only, Seattle 6%, Buffalo 5%, because most people don't have those teams available, and they don't have Green Bay. So that means Green Bay is sub 5%, right? So like 2-3% in a lot of pools, the ones that have started since week 1. So yeah, if you have Green Bay available, let me look at mine real quick to see what I have. So for context, it's a high stakes revival for $500,000, 159 entries left. I do have Green Bay. I do not have Denver, do not have Seattle. I have Tampa Bay, who I don't want to use. I could go Rams. I could go Packers. I could also go Buffalo.
You could also go Philly. Is this double pick for you?
Not in that one, that big money one. No, in mine, yes, it's a double pick. And I'm still not.
I would love, if I was still alive in Survivor, which I'm long dead, and I had to go double pick, I would pray to the Survivor gods to have Philly and Green Bay. Bang, bang.
I have Green Bay in both of my double picks, and I have Philly in both. You know what? Just for you, I'm going to take one. One's going to be Green Bay, Philly, just for you.
Perfect. I've already loaded up on Philly to win and Georgia to win college football. I've got an Eagles, Dogs, money line parlay. Yeah, I'm I'm invested, to say the least.
Dude, what has happened to that Bama offense? When we were talking about that offense in the middle of the year, it was like they are elite of the elite. There's no stopping them, and then things have certainly taken a turn. So Kirby's history, not scaring you off against that team?
No.
Against Bama?
Nope. I like Kirby more than DeBoer in this spot for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, numbers 2.5. That has not budged all week, right?
No, you're going to get Bama money for sure. You're going to get the 2.5 support. I don't think we get to 3. Obviously, you could, but I think that Bama money is going to kind of hold tight. But that's a cheap 2.5. And again, you do Georgia and the Eagles to win, plus 185.
Okay. Is that your favorite college play this weekend of the conference championship games?
No, I'm probably going to end up laying 23 with James Madison. I'm not a big, 23 guy. I don't love laying 21 or higher normally, but talk to a couple guys who say the number is too cheap and James Madison is going to roll. I had one guy tell me 42-10. Well, okay. He said Troy stinks. And Casale brought this up the other day. Troy is not the second best team in the Sun Belt because the Sun Belt still does divisions. So you don't get JMU Old Dominion. You get JMU Troy. So, you could look up, here's the thing. There will be people that will take Troy, obviously. Oh, that's a big number. James Madison's coach is leaving, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to take 23. And at some point in the game, it's going to be 21-0. And you're going to be like, oh, I made a mistake. This is no longer a good bet.
This is something I've never looked at, and I didn't really think about it until now, but we have a number of situations like this. Do you happen to know, and maybe it's an obvious answer, do you happen to know what referees are used in these conference championship games? Is it ones that have been working that conference all year? I ask you this because I'm thinking about the ACC, and they desperately need Virginia to win. And then here, they desperately need James Madison to win because there's a good chance that they would get in. It's the conference refs, right? They're doing this?
I'm pretty sure. No?
Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on that. They've got
Virginia purposes?
Yes, for whatever the conferences desperately need for millions of dollars. Yes. Just saying.
Okay. So you're laying 3.5 or you're building moneyline parlays with the Who's?
Yeah, no, that's just popping into my head now. I mean, that Virginia, I don't see Duke winning. I don't. A moneyline parlay, yeah, James Madison, that doesn't even matter with that number. But yeah, spots where these conferences desperately need, if that's the case, I never even looked at it, where it's the referees that work in the conference that are there all the time. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of home cooking there or something to that effect. But yeah, I mean, look, we talked about Texas Tech earlier. Listener viewer Greg Nowalski, he checks in on X. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Good to hear you guys like Texas Tech for the Natty. I got a 60-1 on them September 21st at BetMGM. 60.
That's because they were not very sexy early in the season. And then they started to kind of kick it into full gear early October, mid-October, and you're like, oh, they're good. I think given the price range to put Ohio State at plus 180 and Indiana at 4-1 and Tech at 12-1, I just don't think that's mathematically correct. Now, Tech could lose the first game. They get a bye. They might get Oregon, right? Not a lock to win that one, but of the teams and the prices available, I'm not betting Ohio State. I was texting with Alex White yesterday. She's like, I love Ohio State. Okay, I get it. Power rating wise, they're very good. Defensively, awesome. Plus 180? Nah, not going to happen.
I think they're both motivated for this game. Part of it is how much longer are we going to do this? We're just going to keep doing this. Like, the game doesn't matter much for Indiana, Ohio State. I guess to the players that won a Big Ten championship, all that. What's more important is what's next. So I wonder how much longer we end up going with this. Like Georgia, Bama, it matters, and they don't like each other, all that stuff, but doesn't really. The big picture is what matters. BYU, yeah, that's massive. Their playoff lives are on the line. Virginia, massive. Playoff lives on the line. But a lot of these spots, it just doesn't really make a ton of sense. We'll break down more of that coming up in about 25 minutes, going over our favorite college football plays for this weekend. I did see our guy, man, GRP. You mentioned last week he just makes you laugh. Same. I ran into one of his videos. I just played it, and I just found myself laughing out loud. And he was probably listening to our show earlier in the day. We're one of the shows like on his daily routine. Well, if we mention it, we always hear, "Oh, I was in the car coming back from the casino, checking you out." And he tweeted a video. Not a college football guy. Noted. He's like written notes to himself to never bet on college football again. And he's like, I'm just this Notre Dame Miami stuff, I'm so sick of it. I thought he was going to go off about people talking about it nonstop. Like we talked a lot about it yesterday. It was the number one story in sports during our show. And no, that he's got his take. He's putting his take out there. Well, look at it. These teams are dead even. They're dead even. That's just the way it is. The committee needs to come out and they get the cameras together, make the big announcement. These teams are even. And then they pick a team out of a hat. That's his big solution.
So if you're picking out of a hat, I'm guessing he's going to bet Miami at a plus price to make the playoff.
Should not bet Notre Dame. Yeah, if they're dead even, resumes are even. Yeah, you got to. Not me. I know not you. Joe O, Sammy P, Shane Irving on the other side. We'll talk Cowboys here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll talk conference championship games coming up in about 20 minutes. Hour from now, our friend Kelly in Vegas will have her favorite college football plays. Let's talk some college football, but more importantly, Dallas Cowboys with them in action tonight for Thursday night football. Our buddy Shay and Irving. Check out the Shay and Irving show. Also, DP Takes a Gamble. Shay, what's happening, my man?
How the hell are y'all?
We were talking the other day about Dallas to win the Super Bowl. That's where we're at 70-1.
Yes. Yeah. Listen. So I'm not, the most stable or emotionally secure person in the country. This is a freaking playoff team right now, y'all. The way they're humming, and this is the whole season right here. Is Thursday. This is the whole season. You look at the rest of their schedule. If they can take care of golf, this is it. And if they can take this one down, Lord have mercy, they're hot. And George Pickens has lit a fire under this team. Big Q, MVP, Kenny Clark. I'm excited, and it scares the bejesus out of me, but this is a playoff team.
So if they lose tonight, you think you look at the schedule. Minnesota, Chargers, Washington, New York, soft. All of a sudden that Minnesota game's like, oh, that's a nothing burger, man. Like you go to you're thinking Minnesota early in the year, that's going to be tough. It's not. So if they go 4-1, lose tonight, you think they're out 10 wins?
I don't think they're out because I think Philly's going to lose tonight or lose on Monday night. I think the Chargers take it to them.
Wow. Yeah. See, I disagree. I like Philly big on Monday.
Nope. The wheels have fallen off. Sirianni is 2 losses away from pumping gas in South Jersey. It is the end of the road.
At the Wawa?
With me.
Pumping gas at the Wawa?
He'll be lucky. He'll be lucky.
With us. Yeah. Bet Sweats live from the gas station, January 1.
According to podcast.
No joke.
All right. So what about the Detroit side? Do you think if they lose, they're done?
Yeah, that's a tough division. They're pretty well stacked against it. But as far as the wild card goes, no, they're not toast. But I don't know. What's St. Brown? What's the diagnosis right now in Omron?
I don't think so. But yeah, still questionable. Like everybody else on that team.
Yeah.
So it looks like a tough spot. Like maybe Cowboys fans are looking at it. You tell me, saying, "Oh man, you don't want to face the Lions there. You don't want to face the Lions there after a loss, after losing a division game on Thanksgiving." But timing wise, it's not bad. We talked about St. Brown. He's probably not going to go. You already got Laporta on injured reserve. Bunch of defensive guys beat up. 3 starting offensive linemen in the 3 most important spots, center, left tackle, right tackle, all questionable for tonight. So maybe this is a good spot. And it's a spot where you have Quentin Williams humming for a few games now. You haven't lost since you got him.
Nope.
It's a good timing spot.
There's some kind of record they have. The Lions have some kind of the last 10 games post-Thanksgiving. When they lose on Thanksgiving, they're not very good the next week. There's something like 1-8 straight up or something bobo in the last 10 games, last 10 Thanksgiving games. I don't know. I think this is the right spot to hit them. But more importantly, the Cowboys are in the right spot. Like they're humming, y'all. I know everybody can, say this, that, or the other, but the Cowboys are playing good football. Dak looks good. The defense looks a whole lot better. My concern is playing too much zone and not manning up. But, hell, they're stopping the run and they look good. George Pickens is a beast.
Mm-hmm.
What's the final score tonight?
Oh, Lord. It opened at 54, didn't it? Or 53?
Yep.
54.5 now.
31. Cowboys 31. Detroit 24.
Yeah, it's over.
Barely.
Damn,
By the hook.
that one.
That damn hook. That damn hook.
That was the score last week for the Lions on Thanksgiving, right? You said 31-24?
Yeah, 31-24.
Exact same score. All right, let's talk about Quentin Williams because
Nice.
Part of me is like, okay, it's been 3 games. It's a small sample, but he's been impactful. But also one of those games was Vegas. This is a team that's quit on the season. So I don't know if you want to put too much into that. But when I saw this dude, when he's on the field with Dallas, they have the highest pressure rate in the NFL. And then when he's off the field, they have the lowest pressure rate in the NFL. I'm like, how can you question his impact, even though it's only been 3 games?
I'm in 100% agreement with you. The funny thing is, they had the exact same problem with Micah. When Micah was on the field, we had the number 1 defense in the NFL. When he was off, it was literally the worst. I think Big Q is a huge impact. Him getting after the quarterback from the middle is I think, almost more impactful than stopping the run. But with MVP Kenny Clark right next to him, again, this is a defense. This is built for the playoffs, y'all. Like, that's why they did it. And I did Jerry Jones, is he actually a good general manager now? Like, did he sell the right soul this time to the correct demon to get the right juice? I don't know. But the moves are making a whole lot more sense right now. And I'm optimistic, and it scares me. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going to happen.
Don't
Dallas will get in. They'll make the playoffs. And then in the NFC Championship, it'll be Green Bay and Dallas.
Yep,
you know it.
I know. And Michael will have 4 sacks, and Dak's leg will get ripped off by the tendon. And I'll just disappear, and I'll go on a walkabout in the middle of New Mexico.
Wouldn't be the first time you disappeared, would it?
It's true. After one of those games, yeah, I would. But now with the kids, the problem is they watch football now, so they'll see me like leave the house and not come back, and they'll know it's because of Jerry. Don't do that. Don't even put that out there. Let's just get away.
Dude, if they go Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, 3 straight wins, everybody's on board. Now everybody's talking about it tomorrow morning about the Cowboys being a contender for the Super Bowl. Everybody.
That's what I don't like. That's what's going to scare me.
Yeah.
That's scary to me, because every single time that happens, we all know the story, how it plays out. I'd much rather them sneak along. And if the Eagles lose on Monday, I think that might be the bigger story in the NFC, as opposed to the Cowboys humming along. The collapse of, an empire, or whatever the hell you want to call it, that's going to get some eyeballs. I prefer that to be the storyline than Cowboys humming.
So you're saying that you're live for the division, because you're saying that Sirianni is falling apart. He's losing his gig.
Yes. I think the Cowboys are live right now for the East. What is that bet?
I'm checking now. It's a good
70
question.
to 1 for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Division's got to be like 7-1, right?
Yep.
You got to figure.
Yep. I see a 7. There's a couple 7s out there.
All right.
It's not bad.
Oh, it's not a bad turnaround.
In the words of Shea and Irving, let's party.
Get it in. Let's get weird.
All right, so
Yeah.
we got a couple days till Sunday, of course, but I'm sure you have some ideas of what you're going to do NFL Sunday. Any other bets? You mentioned you like the Chargers on Monday. You like Dallas tonight. Anything Sunday that you're eyeing?
I am a big fan of Minnesota Vikings team total over this week.
Oh my God.
I know.
What is that?
I know, and I might take an alternate total there. I think they're going to bounce back big time offensively. I think this is the week.
Why?
Because
why?
Well, I always I'm a big fan of betting overs of teams that either didn't score a touchdown or only scored 1 the prior week. I'm a big fan of that.
Mm-hmm.
I like the whipsaw effect. I don't think the public or even the books give enough credit. They're NFL teams, dude. They're still NFL teams. They had a crap week. They can still put up points. So I'm a fan of that.
I love that you've almost sworn like 3 times so far, and you've
I'm
stopped.
trying hard.
We've had a couple where it's like right there, and then you just you eat the swear word. I respect it.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Are you pissed about Texas?
Oh, dude, it's just not. It's the Florida loss, but it ain't just that, right? It's the Kentucky win. It's the Messy State win. It's the inconsistencies from Stark and Arch. And my biggest bone in my freaking saddle is the run game. I mean, where has it been, and why did it only show up against TAMU? Like, how did that happen? How did you run for over 180 against a really good, fast defense, and you couldn't have done that against, a myriad of teams in the middle of the year? I think Sark needs to wake up, man. And I do think that the Texas being in the playoffs, over some of these other marginal teams, especially like Miami. I'm not sold on Miami being better than Texas. But this is what you get. You got 3 losses. This is your fault. You were inconsistent as hell, and you spent a whole lot of booster money on not making the playoffs, and that's a big freaking problem.
They'll bring him back, though, because they got to keep Arch happy. They have to keep the Mannings content, right? I think if Arch isn't there, you have that conversation. I've heard some things about Sark, some off-the-field stuff. There's a lot of weird stuff going on there, but at the end of the day, you got to keep Arch happy, because if Arch isn't happy, then we're talking about a change at quarterback, and Arch is going to transfer, and that's the end of Sark. As long as Arch is happy, though, Sark will be there.
Yeah, agreed. And I've heard the exact same things, and it don't look great. But I mean, looking at the coaching carousel that we're going through right now, I don't know what Texas would do or want to do as far as, if they were bringing somebody else in. Like, what are we even doing? Like, who are we getting? When are we getting them? How is it happening? Because this calendar, with the portal and the playoffs and all this, is just a recipe for disaster, as we've seen with Penn State and Franklin.
With Shane Irving here on BetSweats, Joe O, Sammy P. What about the SEC championship? Georgia -2.5 against Bama.
I'm leaning Bama. I think Georgia obviously is a great team, but I also am personally offended by their existence, because it seems like every time they play Texas, they're an NFL team, and then every other week they're beating Georgia Tech 16-9 or crap like that. So I'm leaning Bama, and it hurts me to say it, but I might bet them. I might moneyline them.
DeBoer against Kirby, huh?
Dude, Kirby who, man? DeBoer's a riverboat gambler he ruined the Longhorn season. I almost got to give him credit for that. The fact that he went for that touchdown instead of kicking the field, that was bananas to me. Bananas. And he did it. So I like to, reward the gambler.
What about Big Ten? Ohio State's a 4-point favorite against Indiana.
I love Cigaretti personally. I think he's a character and hilarious. But I think Ohio State, dude, laying 4, it's almost, I feel like they want me to take Cigaretti. And I don't know. I like Ohio State there, laying 4. I do.
They do. They do want you to take Indiana for sure. That feels like a trap, kind of.
100%.
How did
Hartline not go? How did Penn State not get Hartline? How did that happen?
Sam, what was the first name I mentioned to you? What was first name? I said
Jimmy
Hartline,
Sexton whipped out his hose and told everybody no one's going to Penn State. That's what happened.
Dude.
He's on the phone. He's telling everybody, do not go there. I mean, they've whiffed on everybody. They're top 10 guys. They're top 10 guys. They whiffed on all 10.
It's insane. I'm bringing in Dillingham from ASU. Herpagonosyphilase himself. I'm bringing him into Penn State and getting weird.
Man, it's embarrassing what happened. The replacement isn't close to James Franklin. Like, that's got to be what they're screaming about every day. We should have just kept him.
Yes.
Unreal.
Idiots.
Yeah. What about Texas Tech going up against BYU?
Sure, yeah. I mean, they're going to
it?
destroy the Mormons. Yeah, I would lay it. I'm not touching the game, but it's 12.5 now. I mean, yeah, they're going to dominate them. I don't. Texas Tech is to me the pick for the playoffs right now. That run defense.
Oh boy. Here we go.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a.
That's how I led off the show. I said Texas Tech 12-1. It's
true.
Bet it now.
It's true.
Yeah.
That is the bet. I'll hit that today. It's 12-1. What is it on? DK.
It's 12, yeah. 11, 12-1, basically.
I think this is the bet, dude. This is a complete team.
It's already
Sam
done.
Goes, I bet a championship future on the trade yesterday to New York. Who do you think I bet? I go Texas Tech. He's like, yep, Texas Tech. And you're like, I love Texas Tech.
Bang.
Everybody.
Yep. Well, not
They're
everybody. No, not everybody. I think
Well,
just the ones that know. The ones that know. By the way, Shay, before we get out of here, My buddy says we got to bet this game FCS. He says Mercer is going to blow out South Dakota on Saturday. Write it
Really?
down. Mercer.
I'm writing it down right now. -6.
When he sends me FCS, I just hammer. I don't even ask. I just hammer.
Well, NDSU laying the 23 now. Hammer that against Illinois State. And I love Montana and Montana State this weekend to cover 6 and 13.5.
As one does.
Good deal. Good deal. Shay and Irving. Check him out on X. Check out his shows. DP Takes a Gamble and the Shay and Irving Show. Thank you, Shay. Best of luck tonight, all right?
Get it in, y'all.
College football plays on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Damn. Everybody's landing on Texas Tech. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday morning. Big Thursday night football matchup. We're also getting set for conference championship weekend coming up. Kelly in Vegas will be here at 11 a.m. Eastern time to give out her favorite plays of the weekend. And now it's time for us to talk about it a little bit. So Shay is with you on Texas Tech. I agree with you. I'm going to have to bet it. I don't want to hear about it for the next 2.5 weeks and not have any action. So I'll be there. But then Paul's like, I don't know. I don't know if I can. Paul, what do you have already? You have too many positions?
Spraying the board?
I've got Georgia at 10-1 to that a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
And I think I did jump in on Notre Dame. I forget exactly when it was, but I was like 16. So honestly, based off so all these Miami people could shut up, by the way. But based on how the bracket, well, I like Bear. He's a friend of the show,
and we all do.
I've seen Bruce Feldman writing an article about this and like, take a stand and blah blah. Shut up. Anyway, not the point. I like how the bracket's setting up right now. Like I'd be okay like with them meeting in the semis, which would be the potential path right now. So do I want a team on the top side? That would be Texas Tech. So I think 3 is my max. Unlike some shows, I try to have a little bit of integrity. So I think 3 out of 12 teams is probably about as much as you could do. But is it too much?
I love that. Feldman went off the other day, by the way, on Twitter about the committee. Yeah. And I saw, because I work with Bruce. Where'd my voice go? There it is. I work with Bruce on Fridays. And I saw the tweet, and I thought he got hacked, to be honest with you, because he's not like him. He's not that guy. No, it's not at all. But here's the thing. We do that show on Friday. It's me, Bruce, and Bear. They both went to Miami. So
right. Like you're not unbiased.
They are driving. Yeah. But I mean, to see Bruce Feldman tweet the F word out, I know we throw that word around a lot. And we've tweeted that word, you and I, Joe. To see Bruce Feldman tweet that, I'm actually going to pull the tweet up. He was irate. He was irate.
Here's the thing. Like, you can't do this because it's your alma mater. Like, if it's, I don't know, let's say it's A&M is behind Notre Dame. He's not having that same vitriol and that same BS about it. Like, you guys are homers. And that's fine if that's what it is, but it's like you're got your pom-poms and you're cheerleading for the place you went to school. Like that takes away from your argument. I don't know. It's just stupid.
So here's the tweet. And again, I'm going to censor the tweet because I'm not going to read it on our show. Although maybe I should, and they'll pull us off the air. We don't have to work the next 2 weeks. This is all so bleeping stupid. This is a national college football writer and television guy. This is all so bleeping stupid. They just keep making it up as they go along. It's like the committee is going out of its way to show that the sport is run by morons. Powerful stuff from a national writer.
What set him off specifically, though?
The rankings. The committee having Miami below.
Which decision? The Miami one? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Him and Bear Bear's been, and we make fun of Bear, because Bear said something. We do a Monday show, and Bear's like, "Did you see the tweet I sent out?" I'm like, "Which tweet?" Like, you tweeted 80 times yesterday.
There's 100.
Yeah, like, he's just going off. Him and Bruce both. Bear keeps doing like the stat selection. He takes all the ND Pro stats and ignores them.
Yep.
Right? And then he takes all the Pro Miami stats and highlights them. Like I keep laughing at Bear because he keeps laying out the Sagarin argument. Well, Miami has better Sagarin wins. And I go, who's higher in the Sagarin rankings? Doesn't matter. I'm like, okay, all right, got it. So we're going to talk about Miami's Sagarin wins, but ignore that Notre Dame is number 2 in Sagarin. It's funny, but that's our business, right? How many females in the space tout things that have happened 6 of the last 8 times? Well, what's happened
Doesn't
in the
matter.
last 20 times? Doesn't matter. We're only going to focus on the stats that matter to me. I'm going to shape the stats, and that's what's going on. Like, come on. We know who we're talking about. Oh, this has happened in 7 of the last 8 games. What about the last 25 games? Irrelevant.
Yeah.
And by the way,
exactly.
I've dealt with this with people that went to Syracuse. Like the media space is obviously filled with them. And every time they would cheer for Syracuse and in the basketball tournament, when we actually had a basketball program and a football program and all that, it's always been ridiculous. You're not on the payroll. You're not part of the team. It's just a piece of paper that you have. Like you're so biased and you're just cheering for a team. If you're going to be a journalist, be objective. Like, and have some issues. You want to lay out an argument, fine. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
I'm looking at the committee. Do you ever look at the list of the committee? I mean, we hear from some of them if you watch that show that they do on ESPN or whatever, but it, as expected, it's all outside of 11 of 12 are old white guys. I had no idea Ivan Mizell was on it. The longtime ESPN writer. He's on the committee. It's a bunch of 80s former coaches like Chris Alt, Mark D'Antonio, like guys that are done with their time in the sport for the most part. Here's where I've landed, and I know we make jokes about computers taking over the world, robots are going to have all our jobs and all that stuff. They do need a formula so they can show you. So it's not obvious that there's bias here. Like you need some numbers. You've got to come up with some sort of a formula.
I don't know, man.
And I know
I don't think they care. I don't think they give a rat's ass what we think about their process.
And they don't have to. It's a TV show, and you want to put the best product on the field. If you want to kick and scream about it not being fair,
then get rid of the group of 5. Then get rid of the group of 5. Get rid of all these AQs because they're bad.
Yeah,
the ones at the end.
I mean, I think we talked about this again. We do a million shows on different networks and all that. But I think it was on this show where I brought up, okay, let's say Virginia beats Duke and Virginia gets into the playoff and Notre Dame is out. If you had an odds maker make a line on Notre Dame, Virginia, we're talking 14 on a neutral field and 17, 18 in South Bend. Like that's where we're at. And there's a chance if you follow the way this is trending, there's a chance where Notre Dame is out and Virginia's in. And Virginia has a 0.0% chance of winning the title. Notre Dame can win the title. It's a small chance, but who's gonna have a better chance to win, Notre Dame or Virginia? Oh, let's put Virginia in because they won the ACC, which blows.
Right. I agree. Agree 100%. All right, on these games.
Go ahead, Paul.
Am I rooting for Duke this weekend? As someone holding a Notre Dame ticket?
I don't think it matters.
I don't know.
It just because then, right? It doesn't matter.
It's more like you got to falls from
so
the bottom. Yeah,
somebody else is going to.
I think you can't have BYU win. Anybody who needs Notre Dame to make it, you can't have Texas Tech lose to BYU because if BYU beats Tech, the Big 12 gets 2 teams. And that would have Notre Dame likely out.
That Tech team has killed everybody except for the one loss. The one loss, and they didn't have their quarterback. It's going to be more of the same. And then we saw 29-7 during the season. I'm sure that team and all the fans at BYU are going to be very happy that Satake stays, all that stuff, crumble cookies for everybody. Cool. I'm looking at it as an opportunity to see that this number has dropped to 12.5.
Yeah.
I'm on Texas Tech.
Join you guys.
I have them to win the title, so I'm in on Texas Tech too.
Yes, exactly. All right, SEC. If people are just checking out this segment, you've mentioned a couple times throughout the show, Sam, but you did take a stand on Georgia Bama.
Yeah, I've got some money line. I was texting with Metcalf, and he's Metcalf lives quite a life. We talk every Wednesday, like right after our show. And I called him yesterday at 12:10 Eastern. I'm getting ready to go to the train. I call Metcalf, and it goes right to voicemail. He texts me a couple hours later and goes, I got stranded in Hawaii. I'm like, okay. All right. That's a normal response. Yeah, I'm like, I wish I was stranded in Hawaii right now. So we didn't talk, but we texted. And I asked him, a couple questions, as I always do. I lean on Matt for a lot of stuff. He's very sharp, and he's made this show money over the years. I said, what are we doing with Georgia here? And he said, I got Bama 3 points worse, but I love having Kirby against the Boer. And I'm like, all right, that's all I had to hear. Confirmation bias, Paul. Matt Metcalf agrees that Kirby is greater than Kalen DeBoer, and that's enough to just cement that Georgia-Philly moneyline parlay.
Feels like a Georgia spot. And I say this as someone who had Bama locked into some other things, one of which was the Chiefs division, so it's probably dead either way. But the Georgia defense that was leaky for a lot of the season is starting, like TFLs weren't there, sacks weren't there. They're starting to look kind of like we talked, not a perfect comparison, how the Cowboys defense has gotten better. Like Georgia's defense is rounding into form. It definitely feels like a Georgia spot. Like I said, I bought a future, so I don't know that I'm necessarily playing anything in this game. But it does feel like they're kind of going like this, with Georgia being the one that's trending up, Bama trending down.
Let's also not forget, Joe,
trending down. Yeah.
Gracie the Witch called her shot on Georgia.
Oh. Yep.
Maybe this is the storm.
So Georgia wins. Bye. They're getting a bye, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Yeah.
If Alabama wins, do they get a bye?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. 4 at best, right?
An SEC team's getting a bye is my point. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't see any way that they're like, yeah, let's not give an SEC team the greatest conference, right?
And to bring it full circle, the chair of the committee that is catching all his flack, Arkansas, right? SEC. So I have a feeling that's going to carry some weight.
You're probably right, Joe. I think it's a question, do they deserve it? And my answer would be no. But again, it doesn't matter what I think. Like, I keep saying this. Everybody who's crying about the committee, like, the committee doesn't give a bleep. Does not care. Does not care what anybody says.
Yep. I hear you. There's one game that we've not talked about all week. I was curious if you've got anything on, or maybe you're just staying far away. And that's the Mountain West. UNLV, Boise. It's Boise, their home field, where they beat up UNLV earlier in the year, 56-31. Boise favored by 4.5, total 58 in the hook. They are getting their quarterback back in this one. That was a crazy, crazy shootout, over 1,000 yards when they met in that first game. And the question is, UNLV's defense slowly getting better. Are they good enough to cover the 4.5? Sam, do you have anything on this game?
Yeah, I like the dog. I'm going to bet some 4.5. I haven't done it yet. I'm on UNLV. I like Dan Mullen a ton, and maybe that's, famous last words. But, this look-ahead number when they opened it up was 1.5, and now we're 4.5. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that move. I'm definitely not laying 4.5 when I could have laid 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3. Now we're out to 4.5. It's not a number that I have interest in laying when I could have laid a much cheaper price.
Okay, so if we go back to the game on October 18th, what was the number? What do you think?
Where was it?
Same place, same location.
Pick'em 1.
Boise minus 13.
Yeah.
13?
Yeah.
What?
Way up.
Yep.
That's kind of what
UNLV,
I was thinking.
UNLV's about to win. About to smoke.
Outright.
I've been trying to fade Boise. I was trying to pick against Boise most of the season, too. I just don't know if I'm getting there with this defense.
With UNLV's defense?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. They're betting Boise. I think that's based on the return of the quarterback. But no, I think this is going to be a fun one. High total 58.5. I'm with you on UNLV for sure. Anybody doing ACC or no? I kind of want to don't watch it.
Nah.
No. Yeah, I don't want it. How does Jim Phillips lose? Duke, right? I'll be rooting for that, but I'm not betting it. I don't see it. All right. Those are our looks for college football. We'll talk more college. Top of the hour with Kelly in Vegas. Our NFL Live Dogs next here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If Jeff Schwartz does stop by, what the hell are you going to do? No earbuds. You going to hand over the whole headset?
I'm going to just rip it out of the socket and we're going to go rogue. We're going to go commando. No headphones.
That's certainly fair.
Maybe some feedback. It's okay. He told me, I go, you coming in? I go, you coming in? He goes, I got to poop. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Jesus.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I'm like,
Thanks,
all right,
Jeff.
great.
Appreciate the
Well,
details.
you're always in a locker room with Jeff. Like you never know where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
But he flew in this morning. So usually he comes in on Wednesday and we go to dinner. He came in on the first flight, I think like 7 a.m. or whatever. So he's got something to do at 11, but we'll see if he can wedge us in before his bathroom break, before his 11 a.m. podcast.
Or get his favorite college football play or two coming up. Maybe some live dogs as well. But did you see the Thanksgiving TV ratings? Like ridiculous. The numbers.
Good?
And sometimes I
imagine
they
good.
fudge with the numbers. Better than good. If you ever wonder, hey, why do those guys talk so much NFL? Well, here's why. Dallas, Kansas City, the afternoon game. 57.2 million viewers. Most watched regular season game of all time in the NFL. Green Bay, Detroit, 47.7 million. The second most watched game. It would have been the most watched game if not for Dallas, Kansas City. So the two most watched games of all time in the NFL regular season happened this past Thanksgiving. Ratings through 12 weeks are up 6%. Sunday Night Football, they say that they're up 10%. It's insane. The Dallas KC game beat the previous high. It was like a 36% jump or something. It's crazy, man. I don't know if they figured out how to count all the streaming or what it is, but, you know, for all those people, this sport sucks. This is a tough watch. You know, screw this. They're all watching. Everybody's in. And now Jeff Schwartz is in.
So I didn't tell you about the ear infection. I have the headphones now. So I have to unplug this so we can all hear.
Are you a child? Who gets an ear infection at your age?
I was in urgent care on Thanksgiving morning for 3 hours.
I'm
And
sorry.
you know what they think? They think that you shoved the earbud too quickly into my Yeah. You see the Oregon
serious?
here though? He's got the merch,
Wait,
Joe.
who's they? The ER? The people in the
No,
okay.
they, our show.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was they. It was like
Jake basically is like, maybe Jeff and you should not be sharing earbuds anymore.
I might share earbuds with other people.
Be harder to share this.
Yeah, it'd be harder to share that.
So, anyways.
What are we talking about today? Sports?
We're trying to figure out our favorite college football bet for Saturday.
Mine, I like first half under Indiana and Ohio State. It's both teams are playing basically the best team they played all season, right? And I just think it's going to be very difficult early to figure each side out and figure out what each side wants to do offensively. We've seen Ohio State early in games start a little bit slow, right? As they figure out what pace they want to play at, how they want to attack the opposing team. Indiana's been sort of the same. And look, they played two good defenses all season and struggled early against Iowa and against Oregon. And remember, I mean, they threw a pick against Oregon and they need those two turnovers late to get to 30, right? So I think this is a first half under type of game as they fill each other out, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Jeff, do you have any title bets?
To win the championship? I mean, that I still have active. I mean, my Clemson one is no longer. I think that one grade is a loss.
Oh,
I think
GRP grades it official. It's in the notebook.
Well, is it 1% or 2% still? I don't know. I got to ask him what his percent is on that one. My Penn State to make the playoff obviously also took an L on that one. They were close, only 4 or 5 plays away. The Lincoln Riley, right? We're just 4 or 5 plays away every season from being good. I've not made a bet on anyone to win. If I would, it would be Ohio State, Indiana, or Georgia. Those are teams I bet on to win championship.
That's it? Only 3 teams?
I mean, if you ask me to pick one, I'd be one of those 3 teams.
So if you ask me, I like Ohio State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Texas Tech, or Oregon, Joe.
I Notre Dame might not even make the playoff. Like I don't know. Like if you can, I mean, if they make the playoff, they could be interesting. I think I would lean toward Ohio State, but that's boring, right? Like I just think they're the best team in the country, and the style of play is really tough to beat. And I just don't think anyone's going to beat them here down the stretch. I mean, Georgia has their warts on defense; they've been better lately. And Indiana, I just don't think is talented enough to beat Ohio State this weekend or again in a championship game.
I know you got things to do. You got a podcast at 11. I wanted to ask you about something we talked about Monday because you played O-line at a very high level. The Chiefs are in trouble, right?
Oh, they're in
against Houston.
They're in a world of hurt, guys. Like their team total under. I bet on so they're out. Josh Simmons, their left tackle. They're probably out. Jawan Taylor, right tackle, and Trey Smith might not play against this Texas defensive line. It's gonna be bad. I mean, they're gonna have to shorten the game up. They're gonna have to take shots when they can. They're gonna have to max protect. Mahomes is gonna. If Wanya Morris has to play, it's gonna be pretty bad for Mahomes. So. I would take their team total under. Now, Houston might not score very much in Kansas City. I mean, the Chiefs can win this game certainly 13-10 or 17, 10, something like that, but they're not going to score a lot of points.
What about tonight?
Right. Tonight.
Dallas, Detroit.
Detroit. I mean, I think Goff is one to target with either like completions, attempts, and then Gibbs over 4.5 receptions. I like without Laporta and Gibbs. I mean, St. Brown, I guess, is questionable for tonight still, a game time decision. I think Gibbs has to take a bigger role. The Cowboys defense, I think I saw 29th in the NFL against running back reception. So I think any sort of Goff numbers, but Gibbs over reception is my favorite.
Last thing, what are we asking Mario? I hear Mario's back on the show today, huh?
Yeah, I gotta look. I gotta see what they wrote for me. We'll go from there.
Oh man,
very very fitting. We get Miami coach on Bear Bets
twice.
Yeah, I know.
Two Miami. We had him on twice, and we had Carson Beck on once.
I'm thinking about asking him, "Are you better than Notre Dame?" Like point blank, and seeing how mad he gets.
You should.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great question.
I mean, it's like that's my thing. It's like it's. I understand what the points are to be now, but the fact is they actually played it. If we don't count that game in anything that we do for the postseason, what's the point of playing any of the games ever, right? Like you have to include that head-to-head contest in your calculation. So I'm pro Miami and over Notre Dame. See you guys later.
See you, buddy. There he goes. Off to the bathroom.
Yes.
Sammy, it sounds like you're going to be playing some zone defense today with the whole Miami Notre Dame thing.
Look, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. I think Mario is well aware of my bet on Miami to make the playoff. So Mario knows that I will gain financially, but I don't know that Mario knows that I think Notre Dame deserves to be in. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
And look, it doesn't mean you ignore it. That game happened. It's all part of the equation, but there's also a difference between it being the deciding factor and taking it into account and saying, yeah, this is part of the conversation too. And then, so because it's part of it, it has to decide everything. I don't know, but I'm a little biased.
So I am curious. We've got a couple minutes here. I know we were going to do live dogs, but when Jeff comes in, we just hurricane.
Yep.
I want to ask you and Paul, if you guys had the ability to ask Mario Cristobal a question today, what would your question be? Like, what would you ask the coach of Miami today?
I would ask about the ACC tiebreaker situation because I'd assume that he feels strongly that they should be playing this weekend and not Duke. I would ask about that. And if there have been talks maybe with Phillips and others about that, about changing the situation to mirror other conferences.
Mine would be something off of sort of what Joe. I'm glad, Joe, you said it the way you did because, like you said, the Miami Notre Dame game is one data point. So I guess trying to think how to phrase it, but basically, like, shouldn't you have not left this up to the committee? Is it fair to say that? Like, there's a way to word it probably better. And you guys got an hour until the show, but something along those lines of like, Like we get this as a PR campaign to get Miami into the playoff, and that's his job. But like, is it the whole conversation of Miami Notre Dame? We're skipping a couple things. Like, should isn't it fair to say shouldn't have left it up to that? Shouldn't have left it up to the committee and this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think a
losses
question.
they had.
I think a question that I would like to ask, but everybody knows I'm not going to ask it. Why do you keep losing as a double-digit favorite? Like, that's a valid question.
Yeah.
It's a valid question. But I will hear about it in multiple ways if I ask that question. You know, like it's not a
Sure.
question that you're supposed to ask.
You could frame it and say, do you feel that these specific losses are counting as double losses because they're to bad teams? You can't say that, right? And he won't agree with that, but like they're bad losses, and that's
Yeah.
why they're here.
Well, I think a way to maybe navigate that is to ask him, I'm just thinking on the fly here, why are they not validating your losses but validating Notre Dame's? That's
fair.
Maybe a fair question.
Yeah. And with other teams too.
Or how
It's
about
not just
how
them.
about this? Like in his mind, does this conversation just come down to the Notre Dame Miami game?
Yeah. I think a fair question is, are you better than Notre Dame today? And
It's
see what he
fair.
says. Like,
That's
what
a
is he
good
going to say? Like, you can't get mad at that question. Like, I'm not leading the witness. It's a
Right.
very easy question. Are you better than Notre Dame today?
And he's going to say, yes, we proved it
Yeah.
on the field.
Yeah, sure. But that could be a good bite. Like that might be in our
Great
highlight
bite.
package before the show. Yeah, I think
that
has the ability to be a very good answer. You want a good answer? Ask a good question.
Cristobal says Miami the better team. Yes. And that's going to come out too. Like that's what it comes down to. This is what this whole thing has been about. We want the best teams in. That's what the committee has said. Okay. We're the better team. He's going to say that. He's going to say that we proved it on the
He
field.
should.
But yeah,
I mean, that's
I would like to hear him
it's
say
an
that.
easy talking
Yeah.
point. Yeah, I'm going to ask him.
Yep.
I will.
Yep, for sure. It's a good one. Joe O, Sammy P, college football on the other side. More of it. Kelly in Vegas will drop by with her favorite plays of the week. We'll get her thoughts on Sam's Texas Tech bet as well. Keep it here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
What is she doing?
She was just
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll find out where the room is at for Thursday Night Football in about 20 minutes. We've also got our lightning bets coming your way. Another hour here. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. On X, Sam is at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Our guest at Kelly in Vegas with us every week on the show in the final stretch with it being conference championship week in college football. Ways to go in the NFL. Kelly, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm laughing that Sammy P is in a sport coat and you are in a hoodie. Like, I feel like we got two different dynamics going on right now. Sammy, do you have like a nice luncheon or something after this?
I got a hot date after the show, actually. No, we got bear bets every Thursday. So I'm here.
He's in New York.
Filthy city. Filthy city. Yeah, it's just disgusting. By the way, like I looked up during the break. Were you like ripping a promo for Ron DeSantis or something? You were like filming a video. What were you doing?
No. I was doing some stuff for Splash Sports. I'm trying to get things going. That's why you guys got me on a Thursday. I promised my dad I would help him out with a bunch of stuff tomorrow. So I'm trying to just rip through as many content things that are on my to-do list for today.
Is there something else we have to join over there?
Oh, yeah. You know it. Come on.
You got your college football up. I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have college football for this week because we do every week, right? But you're going to pick all 9 games against the spread for this week. $25, $10,000 guaranteed. But the interesting one is the one that John Murray and I did last year. We're running it back this year. And it's the college football playoff Survivor. Woo! That one's tough.
We go.
That one is tough. That one is a tough one. Last year, I saved Notre Dame. I went back and forth. I bet on Ohio State, but I saved Notre Dame in the splash. So it's kind of like one of those like hedges, if you will, for the national championship. It is really tough to win it, but someone's got to do it. So why not us?
So you can see the odds on the screen right now at BetMGM to win the whole thing. If you weren't invested in any team, let's just play this out. You had to make a bet right now on any of those teams on the rail to win the title. Who are you taking?
You know what's crazy, you guys? I have a 10-1 bet on Georgia I made a couple of weeks ago. But Texas A&M, by all intents and purposes, should win the Big 12 championship. I got to figure out what the heck I'm going to do with my Texas Tech ticket. I didn't bet hardly anything on it. I do a bunch of stuff over at Wager Talk, and we were doing a Big 12 preview, and I'm sitting there going, look at these top 7 teams. Any one of them could win the Big 12 this year. And there was a 100-1 ticket on Texas Tech to win the national championship. And I was like, this team spent more money than God in their NIL. Are they going to win it? No, but I can't believe that it's missing a 0 from the ticket that I have in pocket for a little C note. And I got to figure out what I'm going to do with that. I don't think it's going to be the Aggies. As you guys have already probably heard, they're losing their offensive coordinator. He's going to be the new head coach of the Kansas State Wildcats. Alabama, maybe they win the SEC championship on Saturday. Maybe they don't. I think it's a coin flip game. I just don't think this team has enough grit, right? We saw it versus Oklahoma. They face a good defense and they kind of cower down. Ty Simpson, Heisman front runner, at least him and Arch Manning were talked about the most to start the season. I'm not buying the hype. I'm going back with the Georgia Bulldogs. I still think there's value there at 8-1. You guys remember, I think Gracie came on the show and told you that it was in the stars for them as well.
Yeah. And Paul was very excited because he bet Georgia. I forgot if it was right before or right after. I think it was before. He bet Georgia. Nice. Then Gracie came on, said that. So he was happy. All right, help me out. Are you taking credit for the changes at Kansas State?
Am I taking credit? No, yes. I'm not taking credit. Listen, I am a spoiled brat, and we can all blame Bill Snyder for that. And that is just hand up. If you are younger than me, I know exactly why you're angry at a 6-6 season, right? I moved to Manhattan in the early 90s. K-State started winning 8, 9, 10 games throughout my childhood, and that was the floor, right? This year, season win total, 8.5 wins. Was expected to go into Dublin, win the game. They didn't, but then they puked all over themselves against North Dakota and Army and Arizona. Then they tried to rebound and just could not get anything going. It was just a really down year for Kansas State athletics. And I was screaming from the mountaintops that I wanted coordinators fired and such. Call me a bad person or don't. I don't care. I'm a fan and I have a lot of passion. And if I was that bad at my job, I would want somebody to fire me too. That being said, hiring the witch was Gracie's idea, because I said I thought that there was a Aer Lingus Dublin college football game type of curse, right? Florida State, look at them. They've still been off the rails. They can't even afford to fire Mike Norvell. At least K-State can afford to pay Chris Kleiman to ride off in the sunset, right? Nebraska, they're now on their second coach since they went to Dublin. And Matt Rule, well, he used to be a good football coach, at least when he was at Baylor. And now let's look at what's happening to Nebraska. And I said, no more. $190 on Etsy, sign me up. Now, is that my doing? I don't know. Maybe it's the witch's doing. Maybe I put that ball into motion, but I'm going to give her all the credit. Mariah lit some candles, pulled some cards, and now all of a sudden, here we are.
Candles. How many people are in the spiritual council now? Is it 4 or 5?
3.
3. We lost a council member?
No, I mean, Ariel's in the council, but she's not a witch. So, like, I never counted her.
Okay, what is the official list?
Well, one person probably doesn't want to be named, but Dan Livschatz is in my spiritual council.
Get out. No,
Yeah.
he's not.
I have a call with him at 2:00. I have a 3-hour drive ahead of me up to my dad's, and I said, "Hey, I need to call you and talk to you about some stuff." We've already pulled Colin Klein's numbers. We already kind of know it's going to be a great year for Kansas State football next year. Listen, I hope everything I've ever said about Colin Klein is so wrong. How about that? As a K-State fan, I want nothing but the best for my alma mater. Shout out Gene Taylor for being the most badass athletic director in the country. It could be a lot worse. You could have Pat Kraft.
Endless shats.
I actually, well, no, I'm laughing because I just checked Twitter. You know, during the show, we don't really look at Twitter because we're doing a show. I had 22 notifications, and I'm thinking, uh-oh, something happened. Nope, it's just Lifshatz arguing with an account with like 6 followers in my mentions.
Yep.
Like that's my 22 notifications. Lifshatz going back and forth with a 6-follower account.
You know, he does the Lord's work some days. You know, I don't have the bandwidth to argue with people anymore like that. But man, he does a great job of it.
All right. What about the games this weekend? Do you like maybe 1 or 2? Like, where are you at? I know you're very picky, and a lot of times the games that most people are talking about, most people are betting, are not the ones that you're on. So what is your approach to conference championship weekend?
You know, that's interesting because I feel like the whole world, including myself, is on Indiana, and rightfully so. I mean, how can you not love Kirk Cignetti as an underdog? And I say that loosely because I know a lot of people don't like him. Our good friend CT Betts actually, I think, hates Kirk Cignetti with a vengeance for whatever reason. But like as an underdog coach, I think he is absolutely amazing. I want to bet against him as a favorite in some certain spots. But here's an Ohio State team that has just covered all season long. And so I'm waiting for the betting public to come in, and they may be in agreement with me here on Indiana. And that's never a fun place to be. But Ohio State has covered all but one game this year. And what did they do last week? All right, they got the win in Ann Arbor. I think that game was such an important game for Ohio State to kind of just get that monkey off their back. If you guys remember, I bet Ohio State after they lost to Michigan last year. I waited and I took the plus 550 because I said that was just such a weird game in Columbus. Now they get that off their back. Well, what did Indiana do last week? They just walloped Purdue. Mendoza barely even saw the second half because he's probably going to win the Heisman Trophy already. But I will say the one thing that's kind of keeping me in the wings is the favorite 8-0 straight up and 6-2 against the spread in the last 8 Big Ten championship games. I just think Ohio State's entire persona was last week. They got that business handled, right? Now they can just relax and go into the college football playoff. How much does this Big Ten title game really matter to this team? I'm not sure it does.
So in the Big 12, Texas Tech has been a moneymaker all year, right? 11-1 ATS, and we've already seen this game. They blasted BYU.
Blasted.
Why are we not just taking Texas Tech? Like, is that like oversight or what?
Listen, I can completely understand why somebody would want to. So I have Texas Tech 12-1 to win the Big 12. And by all intents and purposes, I should just sit back and do nothing, right? I have a $4 money line favorite on this game. Some people are saying, hey, but you should do what you did with Florida, and you should take, the during March Madness and take the points on the other side, and hopefully you'll win both. And I didn't listen to anybody. In every single one of those games, Florida didn't cover but one. And that's kind of what this game reminds me of. Yes, they're meeting for a second time. Sataki, with all of the rumors, if you will, to Penn State, whether it was a done deal until the crumble cookie guy came in or not, I don't know. I will say this. If you watched the game last time, Texas Tech held BYU to season low yardage, 67 rushing yards. And it wasn't some big blowout. Like Texas Tech put up big numbers. They only scored 29, but it was basically 24-0 right out of the gate. BYU did not score until the fourth quarter. It was ugly. I think that Texas Tech may get into the college football playoff whether they win this game or not. BYU absolutely has to win this game in order to get in. I don't think that they're going to let two Big 12 teams in unless they have the same records, right? So Red Raiders have been great as a double-digit favorite, 21-6 against the spread. I'm kind of on the fence here whether I want to take, if it gets 13.5, I may really consider taking BYU here. I think that is a little overinflated. I think BYU is a great team. But you're right. Texas Tech has just been so dominant all season long, even against my Wildcats, where I said, hey, this is a lot of points. Look at K-State here at home. The second half, the doors just absolutely got blown open, and that's what they do against all teams not named Arizona State.
Any other games this weekend, whether it be Friday or Saturday, that you like?
Yeah, I like Duke. I know that sounds gross because there's a 7-5 Duke team. Should not get in, right? But the ACC says, well, you guys got the tiebreaker, so here you go. And that's kind of an exciting place to be, right? Because now you're just playing free. You're not worried about anything. All the pressure is on this Virginia team that nobody thought. I think there's one person I know that has a Cavaliers to win the ACC ticket out there. But the first game is the same, what Sammy just mentioned with Texas Tech BYU. Virginia just dominated them last month, 34-17. They outgained Duke by 300 yards. It was just gross. But what Duke does is they live and die by turnovers. They're top 25 in both giveaways and takeaways on the year. The reason why they won last week is because they got 4 turnovers from Wake Forest. So I think that the Blue Devils defense comes to play. Virginia's got some nerves, maybe turns the ball over a couple times. I think 3.5 in a game where I think it should be closer to a pick 'em is very generous.
How about NFL? Anything you love yet?
Woo! I don't know. Love is a strong word for the NFL, Sammy. I don't know if there's ever anything that I love in the NFL. Every week I give out a best bet on it, and every week I give out a barking dog. And you know what wins? The barking dogs every single week. You know what loses? My best bet. That wasn't until last week when all I did was saying, I'm betting against the Raiders. And even with Justin Herbert hurt, there was really virtually no sweat in cashing that ticket with the Chargers. They were absolutely dominant. And what did Geno Smith do? Yeah, he got sacked a million times once again. Justin Herbert out for 3 or 4 series with a hand injury, and it was just still cake. I don't know if NFL teams quit. There's an argument always to be made. Pete Carroll sure looks like he wants to quit midseason. I feel bad for the guy, Super Bowl winning coach, but he has got his hands full with a Raiders team that is absolutely awful. And the offensive line is all banged up. That doesn't help the running game. Their receiving core has got cluster injuries. Now they're missing Deontay Thornton Jr. because he got a concussion last week. I don't know how you can't just lay it here with the Denver Broncos. And I know that is so square. But the last times we saw these two play was on November 6th in Denver, and the game was 10-7. It was awful. This time they're playing indoors in Allegiant Stadium. It's going to be filled with Broncos fans. And the Broncos essentially only need 17 points to cover the spread because we know what the Raiders offense are going to do. They might score 6. I like the Broncos in teasers. I like the Broncos in Survivor. The Raiders fan base has got to be completely demoralized. Hopefully they're selling all their tickets and it's, 2/3 Broncos fans. It's like one of those scenarios where you just want to keep betting against these bad teams and eventually the mic is going to drop. And it might this week, but I think this Broncos team's a lot better than I gave them credit for a majority of the season.
All right, Kelly in Vegas with us every week here on Bet Sweats. Kelly, best of luck with all your plays. If you have any Survivor entries, you mentioned Denver there. Certainly good luck with that one.
I'm stuck taking the Browns in the double pick with or the 2.5 million. I got to take the Browns and the Buccaneers. I am already in.
You're
hell.
doing the
It's
Bucks?
Thursday. I'm gonna do the. It's a double pick in the 2.5 million dollar guaranteed. I'm gonna do one buck. Well, I have to do two picks, so one Bucks, one Browns.
Right. All right. Good luck. Good luck back in Shador. Hope it works. We'll find out where the room is at for tonight next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Find out where the room is at coming up in a few lightning bets. I'm sure some college football and plays on tonight will be involved there. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you on a Thursday here on Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. I'm really curious where the room's going to be at on this one, Sam. Really curious.
Yeah, they're going to pick one of two. They're going to go either Lamb or Pickens, and I don't know which one yet. And I'm happy to wait and find out in a matter of moments. Before we do that, though, I know I've shown this before, but it's worth showing again. How great is this Stone Cold Royal Rumble shirt that I got?
Yeah, you showed it off to Shay when we were off air, and he brought it up. Like, of course, he was a huge Stone Cold guy. And it's like you see that shirt, you hear a name, and like memories just come flooding back. I started thinking about Jerry Lawler on the mic and, all the moments with him against Vince. They can't miss when they do those Attitude Era docs, whatever format, even if it's been done a million times. Like, I will sit there and I will watch it and I will enjoy the hell out of it as the nostalgia comes flooding back.
I just hear the glass shatter and the music. You'll never forget that. Like, I'll never forget that. By the way, have we talked about the Peacock doc, Monday Night Wars? Have you seen that yet?
The 20 episode one?
Yeah, I watched all 20 of them.
I watched all 20.
Okay.
It was awesome.
It's outstanding. Outstanding.
Yeah. Peacock, they've got some decent programming. But yeah, that was really good. I think I binged it like on a Christmas break or something a couple of years ago. I always get stuck watching. There's in my algo, like these wrestling interviews pop up, or these clips and old stories. Even if it's boring Hitman, like I still get locked in. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll check this one out too. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that backstory. See, that's what's interesting. Like years later, like we have those memories of watching it and stuff and being into it. But also now you're hearing about the backstories and who the jerks were and some of the promiscuous females that are involved with WWE. Who was the most Sunny? Oh man, Sunny Moon. Forget about it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I went on a Sunny deep dive once.
Oh no.
It's bad. Sunny went through it, man. There's a couple videos out there. If you want to go down a Sunny rabbit hole, you can, and it's not good. I feel really bad for Sunny.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Thank you, Gertch. We know
she went to jail.
She
went to jail. Like she had.
What'd she go to jail for? Did you go down a Sable deep dive?
Yes, naturally. Yes.
Yep. Were you a Sable guy?
Sable?
Yeah.
No,
were you not?
I was Sunny. Well, I mean, if you had to pick, it's like Lamb or Pickens. You can only pick one. My favorite of all time would be Trish Stratus. She was my favorite. But in the 90s, it was either Sunny or Sable, and I was a Sunny guy.
I was a Sable guy, but looking back on it, she was so gross. Now you look at it as an adult, I'm like, oh, yeah. Paul, you were too? Sable? Sounds like.
I mean, I was a child, but yeah, I remember that being appealing as a 12-year-old. By the way, did you know that Sunny was pre-med? Oh man, so much potential.
No way.
Did not.
According to Wikipedia.
She's doing a 17-year prison sentence right now.
Right now? For
yes.
What?
Well, there's some DUI manslaughter related charges according to Wikipedia.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude, it's bad. Like because I came across I follow this account on X. It's 90s WWF. It's an outstanding account.
Me too.
And
it's a great account.
One day they posted something about Sunny, and I'm like, whatever happened to that old broad? And then I did what Paul just did, and I'm like, oh my god, like this is not good. None of this is good.
Joe, I also see what you mean about Sable. Like looking back now. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's gross.
Well,
She
now
just
she's
looks
with Brock Lesnar, who's also gross.
I
Like,
saw
that's
that
a gross
too.
human being.
He is?
What is going on?
Oh my
They're
God.
married. You didn't know that she married Brock Lesnar?
No
No.
idea. No idea. I'm kind of proud that I didn't know. Yeah, I'm
Well,
on
now you know.
the Sunny Wikipedia, and there's a section right before personal life. It's called adult entertainment.
Dude, as I said, I've been down the rabbit hole. She has a whole section in her Wikipedia about legal issues. It's a whole section. It's paragraphs.
Oh, in 2016,
Her tentative-
Vivid
Go
Entertainment
ahead.
released a pornographic film featuring Sitch titled
Jesus.
Sunny Side Up In Through the Back Door.
Yeah, I've seen it. It wasn't good. Don't worry. Anyways.
How many stars
her
on Letterboxd, Sam?
1. Her tentative release date, according to Wikipedia, is December 2039. So she's in the clink for a long time.
Wow. She's in her 50s
Yeah, man.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Actually thought she'd be a lot older.
How do we spin out of this conversation, Paul?
I don't-
Get us home.
Just hit the room open, Gerch. Just hit it.
Hit the open. Rip it.
Where's the room?
Sunny Side Up. All right, Paul. The room. Where were you at for Thursday Night Football?
It's a hell of a mugshot. Just putting that out there.
Let me see.
All right.
Let me look now.
So I've got to say, like Sam was right about it being, either Pickens or Lamb on here. I think it was in a break. I nailed someone they're going to be on. And I'm also very happy about someone they're fading. So with all that said, here we go. Most bet props tonight at BetMGM. Cowboys and Lions. Number 5, this is interesting. Don't know what to make of it, but Jake Ferguson under 37.5 receiving yards. It's kind of a
yards.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
not me.
It's a thing that happened, whatever. All right. Here we go, boys. Moon. Montgomery under 9.5 rushing attempts.
He's going to have 20 carries. He's going to have 20.
Yep. The overs plus 125 right now at BetMGM. Let's go. So yeah, that's minus 160 by the way to go under 9.5 attempts. Have fun.
Surprised
with
it's
that.
not higher. The way that they do
Yeah.
that to the people. Minus 160 and plus 125 is just a joke.
All right. This guy caught a touchdown in front of the second most watched NFL game ever. So of course they're betting him. Isaac Tesla?
Tesla.
Over.
Tesla. Paul.
Oh, there's a capital S. That's like 3 letters.
There
in.
is.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's TE capital S.
My gut said Tesla, but over 35.5 receiving yards.
Way under.
Yeah.
Right? Like
All
we've
right.
seen this a million times.
Yeah.
That's a no
for
catch
sure.
game. No catches.
Mhm.
Which I think you brought up, Paul, a couple weeks ago. Like, I wish we could bet no catches on these guys. Some of them.
Yeah. All right. Pick your fighter. Lamb or Pickens? Who's in the room?
I'm gonna say the room is gonna go Pickens tonight. That's my guess.
100%. Lamb has actually been like their third best receiver lately.
100%. Pickens over 81.5 receiving yards.
Such a low number too. It looks so easy. And if you look at his box score, if you follow the people that we constantly make fun of, they'll look at Pickens' last 10 games and see the big numbers and go, oh, 81.5. Oh, he's gone over this in 8 of the last 10. I don't know why I'm talking like Mickey Mouse, but of course, like that makes total sense that they're on Pickens.
All right. Number 1. Whatever. Malik Davis over 8.5 rushing yards.
Don't even know who that is.
Which team is he on?
Dallas.
Cowboys?
Who we play for?
Should have 3-2-1'd it.
Who we play for? I honestly would have had no idea.
I would have guessed Cowboys, but because we know 2 running backs on Detroit, but he had 3 carries on Thanksgiving Day for 47 yards and a touchdown. Long of four. He had a 43-yard run. That's why. Okay. So he's had a long run against Philly, long run against KC. So let's play over 8.5 because he's gone over 8.5 the last 3 games.
Yeah. Fade.
There was a guy, by the way, I was looking at the anytime touchdown market this morning when I was looking at the prices for Lamb and Pickens, and I saw another guy I've never heard of. Who is Hayden Rucci? I've never heard of this person.
What? How do you spell it?
I think he was an extra on Sunny Side Up.
Rucci.
Jake, you beat me
He's a
to it.
fluffer.
Good for you.
Speaking of, for those wondering,
Kind of
they
looks
were
like
not.
he could be.
They were not Sunny Side Up. They were scrambled in the movie, if anybody was wondering. So,
Jesus Christ.
Hayden Rucci, Rucci. I have no idea who this person is. He's 30-1 for an anytime touchdown.
Looked like
he's a
avocado
Badger.
toast.
It was, never mind. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to,
Yeah.
no.
Hayden Rucci career. What is Hayden Rucci's career stats? He used to play for the Dolphins. So there's that.
Oh, of course.
You know, Jake's comment is so perfect. As things are falling apart at the seams. Yep.
Wait, hold on.
Still got 12 to go.
What do you got?
4 games for Hayden Rucci. 0
is it?
catches, 0 targets, 0 yards, like Club Trillion. He is Club Trillion, except I guess with Club Trillion you have a 1. It's all zeros.
Why
Oh
is
my God.
Why is he on the board then? I don't understand.
Because they're
At
looking for like a
30-1.
Lions tight end. Because he'll be active, I guess. Maybe. Otherwise, you're going
claimed him-
Ferkser.
A couple days ago. Yeah. Have you seen this guy?
I'm
Look at
saying he looks like he could be what Jake was talking about. An
What was
extra.
Jake took? Oh my
How
He
many
looks more like the
days?
cameraman, in my opinion.
Enough.
I really, since this is already off the rails, I really would love in the next 11 shows if we could get Lisa Ann. Like, it's so overdue.
Tried,
Joe.
man. I've tried. Yeah, if you guys got a more direct line.
She's
She
taking
follows
herself
me on Twitter.
seriously now. Me too.
She follows me.
But
I'm about to
she's
slide in the DMs.
Do
There
it.
we go. I'm sure those
Write
are
it live on air right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask her, "You up?" ? Like randomly.
Could you imagine just reading those? If we ever on,
No.
I'd ask her to read. Just read the top one. What's the most recent DM you got? Please share.
Well, I'm sure some of them she can't read. They're just pictures.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. If you asked who's the unicorn that we never got on the show, for me, all these years, and I'm not putting it on anybody because we tried to book her back in the day.
Way back.
In like 2017. And she followed us both and we couldn't close the deal. That's the one. That's the one that got away. Lisa Ann.
We're the only people ever to not close the deal with Lisa Ann, I guess.
Enough.
That's why we got fired.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Personality and stuff.
This
Most bet
segment,
anytime touchdown.
all
J-Mo.
timer. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, that was Brinson's move the other day. He said you got to go
J-Mo?
J-Mo anytime. Yep.
Yeah. He's the most popular. CD.
Oh my
Pickens.
God.
Tesla again.
Wow.
And Dak. Yeah.
Tesla.
Lion, cowboy, 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 cowboy.
Yeah. Lions
Right.
Moon. 25-1.
Gibbs.
Bet's
Gibbs
going in.
first bet touchdown is the most
Super Bowl.
popular play, of course.
I might bet this Hayden Rucci 30-1.
Okay.
I mean, could play Lions tight end roulette. I mean, that's basically what they're doing.
Yeah, I feel like after looking at the guy, we should play him. First touchdown, 35-1. It'd be very funny if this guy is.
No, that's any time. Any time is
any
30-1.
What's the
Yes.
first?
Off the
Gotta
board,
be 100.
probably.
Yeah.
100. It's
Yeah.
100 at BetMGM.
Yeah, figured. All right, we'll get to our lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you got bet sweats.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
That's what Lightning Bets coming your way in a few minutes. A lot of reaction on Twitter to today's show, probably for good reason. We're happy you guys are enjoying it, having as much fun as we are throughout the show. Sam, you just sent me something that's completely thrown me off. I'm very disturbed by what I've just seen. Idiots.
So there's a kid who used to work with us at The Game. Very long-standing radio station in Chicago, 87.7 The Game.
Okay.
RIP. And he was a producer. He was one of those kids that was just always extra. Just always had to take it too far and bordered on cringe all the time. He got a tattoo, and he posted it on Twitter yesterday. And the caption is, Ben Johnson promised to change this franchise and city. I'm a lifelong Bears fan, and I've never been a bigger believer. Thank you for igniting the fire. And he posted a picture of his tattoo, left shoulder, basically covering up the whole shoulder blade. It's a tattoo that says good, better, best in orange and blue. And it's as bad as you think.
Bro, grow up. I'm like, I know this name, but he doesn't follow me. I don't think I know him. I know the name from somewhere. So he was at The Game in Chicago many years ago.
He used to fill in produce weekends. He did our show a couple times with me and Jerry Riles, legendary Chicago radio show. Here's who this kid is. He got to fill in on Thanksgiving or something once, right?
Okay.
And the next day, his Twitter bio and his Twitter header was him hosting the show. Like, that's the guy. You know, everybody knows that guy.
Yeah.
Like, you're on TV for the first time. You're on radio for the first time. Let me change my default photo. Yes, exactly. Yep. LinkedIn photo, Instagram, Twitter. There's the tattoo if you're watching live. Nice kid. Just a cringe tattoo. I mean, what are we doing, man? Really? What are we doing?
Yeah.
That's on you forever. Forever.
My
and
first
I'm a tattoo
thought
guy.
was, does he flame out? Is there? I don't think he does, because we've seen it with a number of coaches. Just go look at the list of Coach of the Year winners and how many of them the hype was so high and then they completely flame out. Some of them are long-term dudes, but some of them are terrible. Like Jason Garrett was a Coach of the Year winner. Matt Nagy was a Coach of the Year winner. That it happens in this league. I don't think he flames out. I also think it's dumb. Yeah, it's been a little over a half of a regular season, and you're going to get good, better, best tattooed on you? I don't know.
It's a bad tattoo. I showed Broussard
Juvenile.
yesterday because I get off the train and then I come into the office and get some work done. And I just happened to be on my phone and I saw Broussard. I go, did you see the tattoo? And he's like, what tattoo? So I showed him this picture that you're looking at live if you're watching. And he goes, is that Danny Parkins? I started laughing. I'm like, no, but that's funny. That's very funny.
Man, he's been retweeting people about it nonstop for the last
it's attention.
24 hours. Yeah,
it's attention. I mean,
attention
why else
grabber,
would you
for
get
sure.
that tattoo? Yeah. I mean,
Yikes.
would never be me. I've got a handful of tattoos. I would never get a sports tattoo. Like, imagine getting a Bears logo tattooed on your shoulder. Like, that's the dumbest thing ever.
So I saw something yesterday involved in gambling that I want to play for you because I found it to be hilarious and I want to get your reaction. But then I realized, because it was a betting account that put it out there, but then I realized, I'm like, wait, I know this guy from somewhere. This is the guy that came up on the show like a month ago. He's a Costco rotisserie chicken guy. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, he's in line at Costco, paying to leave. He bought a bunch of rotisserie chickens, and I was trying to explain he didn't want any LED. So he had a shirt with a barcode on it. Gert says we can't play the TikTok, but here's the audio of the Costco rotisserie chicken guy Jake, we don't have to play the entire thing just so Sam gets an idea.
I don't want any trouble. I got 5 chickens. I don't want any LED on them. None. Scan my shirt 5 times, buddy. 5 times.
I need the Costco card.
That's a regular credit card.
I need the Costco card.
Okay, hold on. I got one.
I don't know.
Here you go. I don't want to charge it on this card. I want to put it on this card. Scan it. Okay. Done.
Okay. So I'm sending you a link to the video just so you get an idea of what this guy looks like. And it popped in. I was thinking about it because another video of this, I swear it's this guy, it popped into my feed yesterday. And I don't know who this is. I guess maybe his thing is in New York. He interviews people on the subway. And he's interviewing this guy about sports betting. So take a listen to the Costco chicken guy talking about sports betting on a New York subway.
Gambling is okay as long as you keep winning.
100% disagree. Gambling is bad.
As long as you keep winning, why is it bad?
Well, how do you win, though? No one ever wins.
Then you just keep doubling up. Eventually, you got to win something.
So in order to win, you keep gambling.
Yeah.
That requires money.
Yeah. So you can always get money. They only charge 3 points a week now.
3 points a week?
Yeah, if you borrow it from, Tony.
Who's Tony?
Fat Tony.
Who the hell's Fat Tony?
Think about it. His name ain't Fat Chaim.
So you're borrowing money to gamble.
You just keep doubling up.
What are we playing, blackjack?
No, sports.
Sports betting?
Yeah.
I think sports betting is about to be a really big problem in this country.
Why?
Because people are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars, going into debt, mortgaging their houses, losing their kids, college tuition.
Not true at all.
What do you mean it's not true?
Not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
The smart ones double up. Eventually you get it all back.
You would give this advice to your child? Your
I
daughter?
already did.
You told your daughter to gamble?
Yes.
And she did?
Yes.
And did she win?
I think she does okay. Not getting rich.
What's the point of gambling if you're not going to get rich?
Because it's a lot of fun.
Oh, it's fun.
You get to watch on TV, and if you win, you cheer, and if you lose, you throw the soda at the TV.
Who are you putting your money on?
The Raiders.
Did you win?
No.
How much did you lose?
Doesn't matter.
How long have you been gambling?
58 years.
And he's still around, all right.
Since I was 15.
How do I get started?
You can either call up a guy and he'll take your action, or go on, one of these betting sites, give them your credit card.
No, I'm not giving my credit card. I'll call a guy.
And call a guy.
Can I get the guy's number?
When we get private, I'll be happy to give you the guy's number.
All right, I'll call you for the guy's number. I'm also going to need Fat Tony's number.
No, you don't want Fat Tony's number.
There it is. I'm telling you, that's a Costco rotisserie chicken guy. And, there are a lot of people that do this. Just double up. Just martingale the thing. Double up. Oh, I lost? Double the bet. Double the bet. And you're never, ever going to lose that way. That's not me saying
Sounds
it.
like a
That's him.
great strategy. Yeah. I'm sure this
Vegas
guy is
Dave.
everything I think he looks like. I can't wait to see. By the way, we got a new show review, and we do appreciate your show reviews. If you want to leave them as we're on our way out here, we have like 11 shows left. This is from Board Vol, and the subject of the review is Odyssey, Don't Do It. Here's the bio of the review. A great show that perfectly balances camaraderie, humor, and analysis. I blew out my eardrum when Sammy P started using his 2 Coke can-sized vacuum live on the air. There's another comment I'm not going to read, but 5-star review from a guy named Board Vol. If you would like to leave a review, we will read it on the show, and we appreciate your honesty about what we've been through in the last 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, we're not the only ones in this business. It's happening a lot, unfortunately, around this time of the year. That means he was using AirPods, right? Blew out the eardrum.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sam's warned you. He learned over Thanksgiving break, no more AirPods. That's why he's going Sony studio monitors.
That's what Jeff said when he walked in. What's with the headphones? Because he's used to sharing my earwax with the bud. Nope. No
He was
longer.
ready to make fun of you, and then you're like, yeah, I was in urgent care. And then he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
He had a serious look on
And then he
his-
laughed in his face anyway.
Yeah, he still did.
Well, as he does. But the joke's on him. I got that banana pudding last night, and he wasn't here. I made it out okay. Yep, I
There
did
you go.
good. The banana pudding at Magnolia Bakery. Insanely good.
What are we betting on tonight?
I'm taking Dallas +3. That's it. I like Paul's Montgomery idea. I do. I'm rooting for it, but I'm only going to do Dallas +3. And let me do this as well. The game is tomorrow. James Madison is going to go to town on Troy. You can lay 23 at multiple books. Let's put that in too. So give me the points with Dallas +3, and I'll lay 23 with James Madison.
Boy, we're laying it this week. I'm taking Texas Tech. So, and you jumped there, title future. I'm going to join you. Taking Texas Tech to win by 12.5. I want to bet that before it goes back to 13. There are 13.5s out there as well. I feel that's a bargain. And sounds like you're with me on UNLV, taking them as a dog.
I'll be on the dog for sure in the Mountain West.
I like it. I'm wondering, since we're already heading in that direction, and people look and see, oh, they're favored by 13. They killed them in the regular season. Boise at home. Does that number continue to climb a little bit? It wouldn't surprise me if by tomorrow night it's a little bit higher in that 5 range. So I might wait on that, but I will be on the UNLV side for sure. I think Gibbs is involved in the passing game a whole bunch tonight, so my props will be geared towards that. Paul, what are you thinking?
Montgomery, 50+ and a touchdown at +440. And I think the Lions win tonight, so I'm buying them at 25-1 to win the Super Bowl.
You are. So you're all in. You need the Lions, and if they lose tonight, that bet's probably dead.
They're dead. Yeah.
I hear you.
Cowboys have been running too hot, in my opinion. But
now they got to do it on the road. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's going to be fun. Jake, do you have anything on the way out?
I brought up Texas Tech title on the better angle last week, and I was too much of a coward to actually do it. This was the sign I needed. I'm in.
All right. Everybody's in.
Guns up.
Good stuff. Sam is out tomorrow. Chris Mack will be filling in, but don't worry. He'll be back on Monday with the show, and you can hear him Sunday as well. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern right here on BetSweats.
Thanks for listening to BetSweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.